Welcome to Billionaire Romance Audiobooks. Please subscribe to this YouTube channel. It helps more than you know and is the best way to stay up to date on our latest releases. When you subscribe, you'll also get notified when we release new videos.
The Hottest Daddy. A Single Dad Romance Audiobook. Book 5 of the Dirty Network series. By Michelle Love. Narrated by Google Play Auto-Narrated Voice. Audio copyright 2023. BFA Publishing.
Blurb.
Just when my life was falling apart, she came into it. I can't stop thinking about her, her face, her hair, her beautiful curvy body. The way she gasps my name when she comes, she is my life now, my whole life, and nothing and no one will stop us from being together, nothing. I left everything behind to save my own life. Everything. What I didn't count on was finding him. River Giotto. The handsomest man I've ever met. My body has no control when he's near. I crave his touch. His lips on mine, his skin on my skin, his CK buried deep inside me. I might have lost my identity. But I found the love of my life. I just hope no one takes him away from me, or me away from him.
Prologue. February 1 year ago.
He closed his eyes and listened to her voice, the way he always did when the camera moved from her to the invited guest, or flicked to some B-roll of the story she was relating. He didn't need to know about another school shooting, or the kittens rescued from a storm drain. Just her. That was all he watched the news for. Marley Locke. Her soft, sweet features, her dark blonde hair curling to her shoulders in soft waves, her eyes so full of warmth and empathy. Those pink lips. Geez, he wanted her. He'd always wanted her. Ever since that day at college when he'd walked into the library at Harvard and seen her. No one had come close to her, ever. With his looks, his money, his position in New York's Upper East Side, he could have had anyone, and he'd had plenty. But there was always that one. The one who got away. The girl in the pink t-shirt. The library at the college had been quiet and peaceful. She had been alone in one of the aisles, reading. She'd looked up as he approached. She had been small, slim, and very young, maybe 17, 18. She had smiled at him. She was lovely, not merely pretty but achingly beautiful, her large eyes a deep brown, the pink curve of her mouth warm and friendly. Her hair, a dark brown cloud, hanging almost to her waist, had been soft and messy. She had taken his breath away. She was the one he'd been looking for. He had stepped toward her. And just like that, she was gone. A voice behind him had called her, and she'd smiled her goodbyes and walked past him. Less than 30 seconds, and his life had been forever changed. And now she was on his television, every night. This evening, though, things would be different. He knew where to find her, he knew where to take her. His place out in the countryside was secluded and secure. She would learn to love it there. He opened his eyes as he heard the reporter hand back to Marley. He smiled when he saw her beautiful face again. "Tonight, my darling, tonight?" Marley closed out the news with a smile and waited until the camera told them they were off air. "Thanks, everyone." She grinned at them as the floor staff clapped her. She was one of the few anchors that treated everyone the same and always was friendly and courteous. Marley laughed off their applause, ignoring her co-anchor when he nagged about them. Her assistant Ray giggled as Marley grabbed her and twirled her around. "Somebody's in a good mood." Marley put her friend down and they walked back to her dressing room. "You bet I am. Corey's picking me up and we're going to have 2 blissful weeks of nothing but sun, sea, sand, and dirty love sessions." Ray laughed. "I'm not jealous at all. Really, really not." Marley chuckled. "I'm sorry, boo. I shouldn't gloat, but gosh, I have been looking forward to this forever. Listen, you deserve it. Between you and me. I've been worried that you're working too hard." "Nah," Marley grinned at her. "You know I live and breathe the news. Listen, while we're sharing secrets, when I come back, I'm going to ask Jerry if I can take on some more investigative journalism. I love being anchor, but I miss being out in the field too." Ray smiled at her. She was in her 50s, African American, and the cream of personal assistants. She and Marley had clicked immediately on meeting a year ago and had been inseparable since. She chatted with Marley now as Marley changed into jeans and a t-shirt and got ready to meet her boyfriend. She and Corey Wheeler had been together for 2 years now and were as in love as they had ever been. Marley knew he was the one, his fun-loving and fiercely intelligent personality so matching her in everything they did. Corey arrived soon after and she kissed him, lingering over the embrace. He grinned down at her, his dark brown eyes merry and excited. "You ready, baby? Lead on, gorgeous man." They held hands as they walked out of the building to the waiting cab, and it wasn't until she heard her name being called that Marley turned around to see the man waiting behind them. She began to smile, her automatic response to any fans who waited for her outside the studio. Then everything seems to slow down as she saw the gun. She heard Corey shout, heard the gunshot, saw Corey's chest explode. She screamed her rage as the man leveled the gun at her, and she lunged at him. Pain. Her vision went black. In the morning, in the hospital, after hours of surgery, they told her. Corey was dead and the man who had killed him and shot her was gone. Missing. In the wind. And Marley knew she would never feel the warmth of happiness or the feeling of being safe again.
Chapter 1. 1 year later.
Marley Locke stopped existing the moment she closed out the news that night, with a smile at her audience and her usual cheery goodbye. She chatted with Ray as usual, changed into her going-home clothes, and told her friend she would see her tomorrow. Using the stick that she no longer needed, but kept as a way of misdirection, she hobbled out to the waiting town car, and Marley Locke disappeared. As the town car, driven by one of her FBI handlers, sped out into the dark of New York State and to the safe house, Marley was forgotten, and instead in her place, Sunday Kemp was born. At the safe house, her blonde hair was dyed professionally back to her original dark brown, her brown eyes covered with violet contact lenses, her nose pierced, even a small tattoo was made on her wrist. Then the private jet carrying her to her new home arrived, and she knew this was it. The last moment of her old life. She hesitated once more before stepping onto the aircraft. Sam, her handler, who had become a good friend over the last year, put a hand on her shoulder. "You okay, Sunday?" Sunday. Her new name. She'd chosen it to honor Corey. They'd met on Sunday. Kemp had been his mother's maiden name. When she'd lost Corey, she'd also lost them. It had been too painful for them to see her, even though Patricia, Corey's mother, had stayed by Marley's bedside as she recovered from the gunshot. As soon as Marley was released, though, she had been on her own. Her own family, long dispersed over the world, had sent commiserations, but not one of them had visited. Ray had been her family, and now she had to leave her only family behind. From New York, the only home she had ever known, to small-town life in the Rockies. Colorado. From news anchor to someone's typist. They'd found her a position with an artist who lived in the small town near Telluride, and she would meet him the following Monday. Until then, she would be set up in her new home, a small apartment on the main street of the town high in the Rocky Mountains. She'd brought nothing from home, not even underwear, except for one photograph of Corey that she'd snuck into the lining of her jacket. The FBI had told her to leave everything that could tie her to her old life. "Everything will be provided for you." She'd asked them about her money. "You have to leave everything," Sam had told her gently. "You show up in town with millions in the bank." "I get it," she'd said. Money hadn't meant anything but making her life more convenient. She'd never been a money grubber. But she hated leaving her books, her piano, and most of all, her friends at the station. The threats to her life were constant. He, whoever he was relentless but very well hidden. But he constantly sent her reminders that he was close, that he would finish the job, make her pay for her betrayal. Jerk. Her gut would churn with anger, and sometimes she wished her stalker would show his face. Even if he killed her, she would at least get her chance for revenge. The FBI were troubled, and by the time they'd convinced her that they thought her attacker was someone connected to the mob and that she would never escape him, Marley, Sunday, had almost resigned herself to dying young. The FBI, and Sam Duarte in particular, had finally persuaded her to go into protection. "You have so much more life to live," Sam, a kindly man in his 40s, had told her. "You're 28 years old, sweetheart. Live. Live to honor Corey's memory." He couldn't have put it in any other way that could have persuaded her. Suddenly, a slower pace of life and the time to grieve for Corey sounded more tempting than her career in New York. In the private jet, Sam smiled at her. "You all set, Sunday?" She nodded. "I think I'm ready now, Sam. Thank you for arranging all of this, I mean it. And the job too. I'd go crazy without something to do." Sam patted her hand. "I don't know much about your future employer, except he keeps himself to himself. Very private." Good. She was relieved to hear that. She knew her new boss had a large house and hoped they wouldn't cross paths that much and that she would be left alone to work and think. The jet landed in Telluride, then she was given the keys to a second-hand SUV. All part of the ruse, she knew, but she didn't care. It was comfortable and reliable. In the back were suitcases filled with her new wardrobe. Sam made sure she was comfortable. "We'll follow you to the new apartment," he told her, "but keep our distance so we don't attract attention. You look like you've arrived on your own. The place is furnished, so you should be able to settle in pretty quickly. There are a couple of bags of basic groceries in the station wagon. You got the burner phone I gave you." Sunday dug in her purse and held it up. "Good girl. Well, I'll be in touch. Keep that with you, but get a new one to use for your new friends here." She nodded. "Thank you, Sam. You'll be good here, Sunday. I know it." She drove to the small mountain town of Rockford and down Main Street, parking her car outside the small apartment block and sitting for a time getting her bearings. She saw with relief a small diner still open even after 1 a.m., a gas station and convenience store brightly lit along the street, and various other small stores. A cute little coffee house was on the corner of her block. Yes. She could see herself being settled here. It didn't take long to unpack. The apartment itself was small but comfortable. The open-plan kitchen and living space had a bay window overlooking Main Street, a small table and chairs nestled into it. A brand new laptop sat in its box, and Sunday was touched to see that Sam had snuck some of her favorite books onto the bookshelves, not her own well-worn copies perhaps, but that fact he'd taken the time to make things homelier for her was a sweet thing to do. Sunday, her new name really would take some getting used to, unpacked her things and made herself some tea. It was almost 3 a.m. by the time she sat down at the small table and gazed out over her new town, but she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she took a deep breath in and burst into tears.
Chapter 2.
On the other side of town, her future employer stared at a blank canvas in his studio, seeing in his mind's eye the swirls of color that would cover it: pinks, blues, purples, green, yellow. He could almost reach out and touch the texture of the paint he would load onto his brush. The piece would be vibrant, exciting, and he would see very little of it. The colors had started to change a few months back, and today, his best friend and his optometrist told him why. He was losing the ability to see color. Him, River Giotto, the wunderkind of the painting world for the last few years, the natural successor to Rothko or Hans Hofmann. Celebrated, feted, and admired, and he was losing the colors. The cruelty of it took his breath away. River turned to see Luke, his best friend, standing in the doorway of the studio. "I didn't know you were still here." Luke half smiled at him. "I was talking to Carmen. She's worried about you." "We all are, Riv." River turned away, not wanting his friend to see the pain in his eyes. "I just need to adjust." He sighed. "Damn it, Luke, of all the things to happen." "I know, buddy. Look, you're only 36, still young. With care and the right treatment, there's no reason you can't." "I'm already losing the colors, Luke. They're not as sharp or as rich." He went to a stack of canvases in the corner of the studio and found what he was looking for. Look at this. When I painted it, the greens popped, the reds were sumptuous. You know what I see now? Watered down. Faded color. It's not the same painting. It is to everyone else, buddy. River shook his head. But if I can't express what I want to, paint the way I have, what kind of artist am I? What do I have left? Luke took a deep breath in. River. I'm going to say this because I'm your best friend, your brother, and I love you. Art, while it may be a part of you, isn't all you are. River gave a humorless laugh. Then why am I so terrified that it is? Later, when Luke had gone, unable to cheer his friend, River went to his bedroom. The house, a piece of art itself, felt hollow and empty, ringing with silence. His housekeeper, Carmen, no longer stayed at the house at night, wanting to be with her husband, and he couldn't blame her. He hadn't been good company for anyone, for he didn't know how long. River stared back at his reflection. His large, bright green eyes didn't look any different. They had always been his best feature, he thought, and now they were failing him. His dark, shaggy curls were wild about his head, 3 days of beard on his handsome face. There was a crease between his eyes that, along with his heavy brow, always made him look brooding and unapproachable, and being as reclusive as he was, he'd used that to his benefit. He'd also used his good looks to sleep with some of the most beautiful women around the world, without ever getting too involved. Except one time, and to his chagrin in that case he'd broken his one rule: never get involved with women in his hometown. Aria Fielding still lived and worked in Rockford, and although River didn't often go down the hill into town, he still felt bad about the way he had treated her. Aria deserved better, and from what he heard, she still held a grudge about the way things had ended between them, even after almost a year. Now, since his eyesight had been failing him, myopia as well as the colors fading, he had become more reclusive, by choice. His father, a man River had adored, a second-generation Italian immigrant, had passed 10 years ago, 15 years after River's mother, and had left his billion-dollar fortune to his son, rather than his spiteful, much younger stepmother. Angelina Marshall Giotto loved to portray herself as a saint. A charity maven in New York, she had wasted no time after her husband's death in trying to seduce his son. River, who had always loathed her, rejected her without thinking twice, and since then Angelina had made it her mission to destroy his life. His carelessness in sleeping with woman after woman had come back to bite him, and Angelina had made sure that everyone found out about his secret daughter. River had gotten one of his one-night stands pregnant, and Angeline had used that to funnel money from River to herself. Finding out, River had met with the mother of his child and offered her a settlement. Lindsay, the woman, had turned him down. "I don't want your money, River," she'd said coolly. "I want you to know your daughter." He'd balked, but knowing Angelina would swoop in and turn the girl against him, he'd finally agreed. The moment he'd met 5-year-old Barry, however, his life had changed. The little dark-haired girl stared back at him with clear green eyes so like his, and River had been lost. Barry was the very best of his world. He and Lindsay had reached an agreement on custody and child support, taking Angelina out of the loop once and for all. His one regret was that Barry lived in Phoenix most of the time. It had been on her last visit to him that he'd begun to notice the changes in his eyes. She had been wearing a little dress that he'd brought back from Paris. The flowers on it, which had been a vivid mix of red, oranges, and pinks, to his eye suddenly looked faded. He'd frowned. "I guess your mom has to wash that a lot, huh?" Barry, already precocious, completely confident in front of her father, shook her head. "No, I only wear it on special occasions, Daddy." River had brushed the matter aside, putting it down to his memory, but later, when his paintings had begun to change, he had known it was something serious. River leaned his head against the cool glass of his window and closed his eyes. "I have to get out of this funk," he thought. Barry needed him. Luke, Carmen, he would have to try to make the best of his situation, even if his heart was breaking. He sighed and went to bed. The next morning, Sunday woke freezing cold and stiff. Groaning, she rolled out of bed and felt the radiator. Cold. Damn it. Her lower back ached, the bullet had smashed into it and was still lodged there, and she felt a wave of nausea at the pain. It was always worse in the cold. She cranked the heating up to full and made herself some tea while she waited for the apartment to warm up. In New York, things like that had always been taken care of for her. She grinned to herself. Talk about entitlement. Sunday pulled the comforter around her as she drank her tea, and soon enough, her new home was warming up. It was still early, just after dawn, and when she could face going to the window, she looked out onto the streets of the small town. It looked quaint, even old-fashioned to her Manhattan eyes, but she could see from the lines of stores and businesses that it was a working town, not as flashy as its near neighbor, Telluride. She'd never been to Colorado before, and the sight of the mountains, the snow, the pine forests was almost magical to her. It was February, and the snow lay in thick drifts at the sides of the street. Even this early, some people were clearing the sidewalks, sprinkling salt or kitty litter down on the ground. Nothing got in the way of the business here. She saw a tall, pale white young woman emerge from the coffee house on the corner, her long dark hair flying as she skidded on the icy ground. Sunday grinned as she saw the girl laugh, her head thrown back as she clung to the streetlight nearest to her. Sunday heard some men calling out to the girl, saw 2 local deputies going to her aid, watched as the girl laughed with them, and beckoned them into the coffee house. She looked so free, so relaxed. Sunday made up her mind to go to the coffee house as soon as she was dressed and say hello. The girl looked approachable and fun. Luckily, in the shower, she took care to wait until the water ran warm before stepping into it. Once in, Sunday shampooed her dark hair, then let the water soothe her aching body. The bed was little more than a makeshift cot, and she resolved to buy herself a proper bed as soon as she could afford it. Which was weird. In her New York account sat nearly $2 million, and she couldn't touch it. Her credit cards were all destroyed now. The FBI had given her a certain amount to survive on while she earned her first paycheck and waited for new credit cards in her new name, but it would only be enough for food and rent. Geez, she thought now as she dried her hair, all of this because of one obsession. A whole life erased. She felt a jolt of guilt. At least you have a life to be changed, Marley Locke. What about Corey? She dug the photograph of him out of her jacket and traced the shape of his face. Gosh, I miss you, baby. I'm so sorry, so sorry. She could feel tears threatening again, but dashed them away with an impatient hand. No. No more wallowing. Outside, the temperature was below freezing, and big clouds of her breath almost fogged her vision. Sunday tottered uncertainly along the sidewalk, smiling shyly at people who said hello to her, hoping no one would recognize her. Without her signature blonde hair, without the carefully applied makeup, she doubted it. She had, after all, decided against the violet contact lenses. She hated the feel of the things, and besides, she mused to herself, her brown eyes were nothing remarkable, especially without makeup. She pushed her way into the Lumia coffee house, to be greeted by a wave of chatter. Clearly, everyone in Rockford gathered here, and for a moment, she almost thought about turning around and escaping. But then the girl she had seen this morning appeared in front of her with a wide smile. "Hello," she said in a broad English accent, "you're new here, ain't you?" Sunday grinned back at her. The woman's smile was huge, infectious, and friendly. "I am. Hello, I'm Sunday." She held out her hand, and the other woman balanced a tray on her other arm and shook it. "Hello, sweets, I'm Daisy. Nice to meet you. Want some coffee? Please. Come and sit at the counter with me, and I'll give you all the gossip." She followed Daisy back to the counter, nodding politely at some curious customers. Daisy was resplendent in a red dress which clung to breakneck curves, her almost black hair tumbling in waves down her back. Even at 8 in the morning, Daisy had applied bright red lipstick, which only enhanced her 1,000-watt smile. "What's your poison?" Sunday settled on the stool at the counter and looked at the beverage list. "I'd kill for just a huge mug of black coffee." "My favorite too," Daisy said easily and poured out a steaming cup for Sunday. "Here. Now welcome to Rockford." She studied Sunday as she sipped her own coffee too. "You here with family?" Sunday nodded. "Here we go." The questions she and Sam had practiced until she was word perfect. The lies. The fake histories. No, just for work. Time from a change from California. They decided on California because of the accent. She could pull that off easily. Daisy rolled her eyes, grinning. Yes, a break from all that sun sounds like heaven. Sunday smiled. Seriously, when there is no change of season for years on end, it gets a little wearying. So, I decided to come here. It's beautiful. That wasn't a lie, at least. Daisy nodded. It is, I'll give it that. You're obviously not from these parts. How do you guess? Daisy chuckled. My dad met my stepmom in London, but she had to come back here. She was the daughter of the owner of the old ski place up the mountain, so when he died, she had to run it. So me and Dad moved over to the States. You like it? I do, actually. It was so different to me, the whole culture, but I've been here nearly half my life now, 12 years. I'm used to it. Daisy nodded at her coffee. It'll get cold. The coffee was smooth and rich. Gosh, that's good. I thank you. Daisy did a small curtsy which made Sunday laugh. She warmed to the woman instantly. So, what do you do? I'm a copywriter and transcriber. I'm here to work for River Giotto, transcribing his father's journals. Daisy stopped and a wary look came into her eyes. Really? Sunday nodded, her interest piqued. Is that notable? Daisy shook herself. No, just a little surprising. River is a little reclusive. I'm surprised he's allowing a stranger, no offense, into his home. You know where he lives, right? Kind of. I mean, I have an address. Daisy made a signal for her to wait, and disappeared into the back room. A second later she emerged and waved an iPad at her. Look. She turned the tablet towards Sunday so she could see. Sunday gave a gasp. The house, was it even right to call it a mere house, was magnificent, set by a lake and surrounded by mountains. A sprawling single-level home which almost seemed to be made entirely from glass, it had clean lines and a simplicity to it which belied the majesty of the place. Daisy flicked to a photograph of it lit up at night, reflected back at itself in the surrounding lake. Sunday could feel herself boggling at it, and knew Daisy was gauging her reaction. It's beautiful. Isn't it? We tend to call it the castle, but in truth, we're all slavering to own something like that. River can afford it, of course. What's he like? Daisy considered. For an old dude, he's okay. Very handsome, very rich. Listen, she leaned in closely. My stepsister, aka the dragon, used to date him, so don't mention him around her. Mention who? Daisy sighed as the voice came from behind her. Sunday saw a diminutive, but staggeringly beautiful woman behind them. Her hair was cut short close to her head, and her face was utterly exquisite, and her dark brown eyes were piercing as she looked at Sunday with a distinct lack of friendliness. Who's this? Ari, this is Sunday, my new friend. She just moved here. Sunday, this is the dragon, or Aria as we sometimes call her when she's being nice. Which is rare. Daisy grinned easily at her stepsister, who scowled at her. Aria slipped out of her coat, and Sunday saw she had the athletic body of a dancer. Something clicked in Sunday's brain. You're Aria Fielding. Both Daisy and Aria stopped. Aria studied Sunday. You know me. You used to dance at NYSMBC, under Grace Hardacre. Aria's eyes were flinty. You know ballet? Sunday shook her head and cursed inwardly. Not a lot. A cousin I was staying in New York with took me to a performance. You were wonderful. There was no discernible thawing in Aria's attitude. If anything, she seemed even frostier now. Thank you. The words were stiff, and she soon walked away from them. Daisy sighed. Sorry about her. She's difficult. Artistic temperament, Sunday said, patting her new friend's hand, and Daisy smiled at her gratefully. You're a sweetheart. Listen, if you need anything, any help to settle in, you're always welcome. I know all the best maintenance guys or the best stuff at the farmer's market. Avoid the cheese counter. Seriously. Go into Telluride for your dairy cravings. Sunday chuckled. I'll remember that. I guess I'll just take a drive around, get my bearings. Come and have supper with me tomorrow night, Daisy said. I'm not much of a chef, but I can rustle up some pasta. I'd like that, thank you. The weight of her new life was already lifting, thanks to this sweet English girl. They arranged a time, and Sunday thanked her again. She found the farmer's market and shopped for a week's worth of groceries, avoiding the cheese counter as Daisy had advised. Feeling restless and not wanting to spend all day alone in the apartment, she flicked her phone onto GPS mode and decided to go check out her future employer's place. She drove up the mountainside carefully, cringing a little at the sheer drop on one side, imagining her SUV crashing through the pine trees and exploding. Dramatic much? She chuckled to herself and concentrated on the road ahead. Soon enough, she was turning into a long driveway. She parked a little way from the house, not wanting to intrude, but she could see from here that the photographs of the place didn't do it justice. She felt a pang of sadness. Corey, one of New York's up-and-coming architects, would have loved this place. Not only was the design out of the world, but the tranquility here, the peace, was breathtaking. She heard another vehicle coming up the hill behind her and got back into her station wagon guiltily. She smoothed her face into a bland smile as the car pulled up beside hers. A pleasant young man smiled at her as he rolled down his window. "Hey, you lost?" "I'm fine," she said, feeling her face burn. He had kind hazel eyes and a sweet smile. "I'm just checking out my new job." His eyes lit up. "Oh, are you Sunday?" Was this River Giotto? No, surely not. This man seemed far too outgoing to be a reclusive artist. He seemed to read her mind. He got out of his car and shook her hand. "Luke Maslany. I'm River's friend for my sins. Sunday Kemp. Honestly, I didn't mean to intrude or pry, I was just getting my bearings. Ready for Monday morning, you know?" She was rambling in her embarrassment, but this guy had the nicest smile. "Listen, why not get a proper jump? Come up to the house. Carmen will be there, River's housekeeper. You'll probably see more of her than anyone. We might even be able to persuade River to show his face." Sunday hesitated. She had no makeup on, her hair was a mess. Did she really want to make this first impression? "I think maybe I should wait until Monday. I don't want to intrude." Luke Maslany nodded, but his eyes crinkled when he smiled, and Sunday couldn't help but like him. "Listen, entirely up to you, but I know for a fact that Carmen is making brunch, and she always makes a ton. River barely eats, so and he patted his flat stomach, get the guilt on his behalf and end up stuffed. You'd be doing me a favor." Sunday laughed. He was so charming, and once again she found herself marveling at the friendliness of these people. "Well, if you promise I'm not imposing." "Of course not. Shall we?"
Chapter 3.
River felt a jolt of annoyance at the knock on the door, but kept his voice level. "Come in." Luke poked his head around the door and grinned at his friend. "Hey, dude." "Hey, Luke." Even in his glum mood, River was always happy to see Luke. "You come to Carmel's feast?" "Of course, and I brought a guest." "Oh." River couldn't have been less interested. He rarely joined Carmel and Luke in the kitchen, preferring to eat alone in his studio. "Your new employee." "The typist?" "The transcriber," Luke said with a tone in his voice. "Don't think she'd be impressed with being described as a typist." River shrugged. "Whatever. Carmel hired her. She'll tell her what to do, where to go." "Come meet her, Riv," Luke said, and he sounded weary, as if he was tired of being the intermediary on River's behalf. "She'll be here 5 days a week, all hours. You'll meet her sometime." "Then I'll meet her sometime." River knew he was being obtuse, but he really wasn't in the mood for pleasantries. Lindsay had called him this morning, asking him if he could take Barry for a few weeks for some unknown reason, and although River had agreed and looked forward to seeing his daughter, he was irritated that possibly his final days of being able to paint the way River Giotto painted would be even more limited. He was in no mood to meet anyone, and nothing Luke could say to change his mind. Luke left him alone, clearly pissed, but River sighed with relief. He continued painting, and yet from the other side of the house he could hear laughter and chatter, and felt the weight of loneliness. He could smell the delicious scent of one of Carmel's signature curries filling the house, and felt his mouth water. He knew she would leave him some leftovers in the refrigerator. He put down his paintbrush and wiped his hands. Barefoot as ever, he padded silently through the house to the guest bedroom. The window there looked out over the kitchen, and he could watch them unseen. He saw Carmen fussing around the breakfast counter, talking to a young woman with waist-length dark hair. River watched her as she moved around the kitchen to help Carmel, the way her body moved, almost like a dancer, graceful and strong. River narrowed his eyes to see her features and felt his groin tighten. She was lovely. Truly a beautiful young woman. Her features were soft, kind, a faint blush on her olive skin, her smile wide. She was about 5'5", a foot shorter than River's 6'5", and slim but curvy. He watched her chat easily to Carmen, joke around with Luke, and wondered who the hell this woman was. She was stunning, but did he really need stunning in his life? No. Hell no. He'd stay away from her, take her out of the equation, concentrate on Barry and on his eyesight. Despite what Luke had told him, there had to be something, somewhere in the world, which could help him. Because otherwise, what was the point? It was too cruel. He looked back at his newest employee one last time, and wondered if she'd even known true despair. He doubted it. River turned away from the sight of his friends enjoying each other, and went back to his lonely studio. Sunday put a hand over her stomach and protested as Carmen packed 2 large plastic boxes with curry. "I can't, you've spoiled me enough." "Nonsense. You just moved in, you need feeding. Take it." Carmen grinned at her. She and Sunday had clicked straight away. "You need a taste of home." Sunday smiled at her. Carmen was a second-generation Indian American, and when Sunday had told her that her own grandmother hailed from Kerala, it had sealed Carmen's approval of Sunday herself. "I've never been to India," Sunday told her. "It was one of those things that—" She stopped. She was about to say it was one of those things she and Corey had planned to do, possibly for their honeymoon. "I just never got around to it." "There's still time," Carmen said, shrugging. "You're what, 25? 28. Got plenty of time. So, we'll see you again on Monday." Sunday smiled. "You will. Bright and early." She hugged Carmen, feeling as if they had known each other forever. Luke, too, was easy to talk to, and he walked her back to her car. "I'm sorry about River. He's an ornery pain in the ass, but he'll come around." Sunday shrugged good-naturedly. "Hey, as long as I do my work and I get paid, it's no bother to me." Luke shook her hand, and she was strangely touched by his old-fashioned manners. "Good luck with the job," he said to her. "I can already tell you're going to fit in with us. Some of us anyway," he added with a grin. "You can find your way back into town, okay?" "I can, thanks. And thanks again for inviting me in. You're right, it will make it easier to start work." "Good. See you around." By the time she drove back into town just after lunchtime, the light was already fading, snow clouds making the sky a riot of purple, pink, and black. As Sunday carried her bags of groceries and the plastic boxes of curry into her apartment, she reflected that in just a few hours she had made, if not yet friends, certainly people with the potential to be friends. Daisy. Carmen. Luke. She read for most of the rest of the day, falling asleep on the couch, a couch she noted that was vastly more comfortable than her bed, and waking to see thick, fluffy snow falling. She sat at the window for hours just watching it fall, listening to the silence, the peace. The street lamps struggled to illuminate the main road through the snow. Sunday shook her head, chuckling softly to herself. It was like a dreamland, a Christmas fairy tale, not real life. And yet this was her real life now, and for the first time since that terrible night where she'd lost everything, lost Corey, lost the life she had planned for, had worked for, the former Marley Locke felt hope. When his man reported back that Marley hadn't been home at all for the entire weekend, Ryan Scanlon was irked but not surprised. "She thinks she can hide from me," he shrugged, as his employees listened to him. There was an air of nervousness in the room, as if the other men were waiting for Brian's temper to explode. But tonight he felt magnanimous. Let Marley think she'd escape him, that she wasn't still alive merely because he'd allowed her to be. That night, a year ago, when his hitman had taken out the boyfriend, as he'd been ordered to, and shot Marley, which he had been explicitly told not to, Brian had known that next time he would do the deed himself. He couldn't risk her getting away again, and she'd made his planning easier by not skipping town after she'd been released from hospital. But then again, where the hell would she run to? He knew better than anyone that she had no one. Her family was scattered. Her boyfriend's family would blame her for his murder. She had friends, yes. But he'd been right, Marley had stayed put, albeit with increased security. As if that would stop him. No one even suspected the great Brian Scanlon, doyen of the Upper East Side, to have such close ties with the mob, let alone be a stone-cold killer. The man he'd hired to kill Corey Wheeler was himself now dead, a punishment for hurting Brian's love. The night he'd found that Marley was in the hospital with a gunshot wound to the belly, no. Only he would decide whether she lived or died. She belonged to him and no other. He'd been magnanimous long enough, giving her time to grieve for her lost love, but now it was time. He'd made the arrangements over the past year, a new apartment for them to live in together on the Upper East Side, a whole new wardrobe for Marley, each piece tailored just for her in the colors that he, Brian, had approved. He'd make her dye her hair back to its natural color, she looked like a skank with that blonde mess. Make her scrub the makeup from her beautiful face, the mother of his children would not need it. Yes, he had everything planned for her, and now it was time to put that plan into action. It was only the next morning, when Marley failed to appear on his television screen, that Brian Scanlon discovered that he had been wrong. Marley had escaped him. Marley was gone. And his rage knew no limits.
Chapter 4.
Monday morning, Sunday tried to put the fact that she was gone from New York would today become public, and tried to concentrate on the drive up to the Giotto house. The night before, she'd spent a fun evening with Daisy Nash, and now she was full of optimism that her job would be just what she was looking for. Carmen greeted her like an old friend, and showed her to the little office where Sunday found a state-of-the-art laptop set up for her, as well as a comfortable chair and solid oak desk. A couch completed the room, of which one wall was solid glass looking out over the valley below. Sunday shook her head, chuckling in disbelief. How am I supposed to concentrate in the face of that? She indicated the view, and Carmen smiled. You'll do fine. Listen, anything you need, come find me, and please help yourself to anything in the kitchen, food, drink. You have a mini fridge with water and sodas, but anything else, please, really, help yourself. Carmen glanced at her watch. I'll do lunch for 1 o'clock, okay? I wouldn't want to impose. Carmen rolled her eyes, smiling. See you later. Oh, bathroom at the end of the corridor on the right. Sunday sat down at the desk and pulled her reading glasses from her bag. 2 fat journals sat at the side of the desk, presumably the ones Giotto wanted transcribed. She wondered why he hadn't done it himself, but when she opened them, she realized why. The handwriting was neat but incredibly tiny, the script beautifully rendered. Instantly, Sunday knew this would be the work of months rather than weeks, and she was relieved. She'd wondered how on earth transcribing 2 diaries could take more than a few weeks at least, but now, seeing the thickness of the books and the writing that covered every page. Yeah, she'd be okay for a few months. She flicked on the laptop, saw it was set up with every piece of software she could hope for, and spent an hour or 2 setting it up the way she liked it. Then she took one of the journals and sat on the couch to read through the first few entries, curling her legs up under her and winding her hair up into a bun. She soon got absorbed into the diary. Ludovico Giotto had been a man of vision, of incredible intelligence and warmth. That much was obvious even from the first few pages. They dated back almost 50 years, to when Ludo's father had brought his young wife to America to begin their family. Already a billionaire, Giovanni Giotto had doted on his 4 children, especially his eldest Ludo, but had also been determined they would have the best of everything only when they had learned to appreciate it. He had sent them to prestigious colleges on the understanding that afterward, they would all give 5 years of their lives to voluntary service. All of them, except his daughter Perdita, had fulfilled their promise. Perdita, Ludo's adored youngest sibling, had never lived to go to college, succumbing to tuberculosis when she was 8. Ludo and his surviving sisters had worked even harder after that, and not only had given their promised 5 years, but extended that promise to their future spouses and children. "We all lived lives of great privilege," Ludo wrote, "but none of us ever took it for granted. We saw many among our peers and our father's peers who lost everything and had no way to pull themselves up, for they had never witnessed or experienced true hardship. We at least knew nothing in this world is certain, and certainly nothing we had in material worth meant anything in the long run." "True story," Sunday murmured to herself and looked up from the book, rolling her neck. Her journalistic senses were tingling in a way they hadn't for a long, long time, and she wondered idly if River Giotto would allow her to work on an official biography of his father and his family. She closed the book and went to the computer. Opening up a browser window, she paused. Monday. The first day that Marley Locke officially didn't show up for work. Would it be tortuous to see if her absence had made any news? That's presumptuous, she thought, shaking her head. No. Behind the scenes they would be wondering, even worrying, but nothing would be said on screen until it had to be. And then, gosh, he could barely even think about the lengths the FBI had gone to protect her. An unidentified Jane Doe matching her description. Someone's daughter, someone's baby, would be used as a decoy. Someone from the police would identify the body as Marley's. A suicide. Or an accident. Marley Locke would be officially dead. Sunday shivered. What a life. She stood up and stretched, closing the laptop. She didn't need to know what was going on in New York, it would just upset her. Focus on your job. At lunchtime, she shyly went to the kitchen, and Carmen waved a spatula at her as she hovered around the stove. "We're having omelets. I hope that's okay. His Majesty isn't eating, so it's just the two of us." For some reason, Sunday felt relieved. After reading River's father's diary, she felt as if she would want to pepper the man with questions, and it really wasn't an appropriate time for that. Carmen flipped a stunning-looking omelet onto a plate for her. "It's just veggie, we have meat-free Mondays here," much to River's disgust. "But it keeps him just a little healthier." "He likes his meat?" "He does. Red meat, red wine, cigarettes. That's River's fuel. Thankfully, I've banned smoking in the main house." Sunday giggled. "You really are the boss." "I have to be. River takes artistic temperament to the nth degree." Carmen's smile faded. "But he's going through a hard time at the moment, so I'll let him rant and rave if he wants to." She didn't offer any further information, and Sunday didn't feel as if she had the right to pry. They chatted happily while they ate their lunch, Sunday complimenting the chef on the light, fluffy omelets. She finished it all to Carmen's approval. "Good girl. I'm never one to say no to food." "Favorite?" Sunday considered. "A good flame-grilled steak and a bloomin' onion." "Gosh, onions. I can be summoned by someone just frying them near me." Carmen laughed. "Then I'll remember that." Sunday thanked her for lunch again and went back to her office, feeling happy. If this was to be her life now, then she felt blessed. Going back to the chapters she had read, she began to transcribe them onto the computer, and by the time she looked up from her work, it was dark outside. She stared at her reflection in the window. She saw sad eyes, dark hair escaping from the messy bun, the tiny glint of the nose stud in her ear. She had to admit she looked nothing like the polished news anchor she had been only a few days ago, but in a strange way, she felt she looked more like herself. Just after 7, she packed her bag and walked through the house to say goodbye to Carmen. As she walked into the kitchen, she saw a movement out of the corner of her eye and turned to look out of the window. Across the courtyard, the far wing of the house stood mostly in darkness. Was she imagining it, or was there a figure silhouetted against the black, watching her? Sunday squinted. Yes. He was there. Somehow she knew it was her mysterious employer. Feeling awkward, she raised her hand halfway in greeting, then let it drop. Weirdo. She turned and walked away from the kitchen, running into Carmen in the driveway and bidding her goodbye for the evening, without mentioning the incident. The apartment was cold again, and Sunday decided that while the heating did its job, she would go out to eat supper. There was a diner along the block, and gratefully, she huddled down into a corner booth. A young, punky-looking waitress whose name tag read Cleo came over. "What can I get you?" Sunday scanned the plastic menu quickly. "Oh, black coffee and a, Cleo grinned at her suddenly. "I'll give you a minute, honey, don't worry." "Nice tattoo." "I'll get your coffee." Sunday smiled her thanks at her. Really, people were so nice. The place was pretty full, obviously a favorite haunt of the locals, and when later on, Cleo brought Sunday a stacked burger and fries, Sunday could understand why. She moaned as the savory burger juices hit her taste buds, and the salty hot fries crunched satisfyingly under her teeth. One good thing about not being on camera anymore, she thought with a grin to herself, is no more calorie restrictions. She had warm apple pie for dessert, and then groaned as Cleo offered her a second helping on the house. "Gosh no, that's so kind, but I will actually explode." Cleo grinned. "Daisy said you were nice. We're buddies." "That makes sense. I hope we will be too." "Right back at ya." Cleo looked around to see if her manager was watching, then slipped into the seat opposite Sunday. "Listen, just a quick word of warning friend to friend. Daisy tells me you're working for River." Sunday nodded. Cleo sighed. "Then watch out for Aria. Daisy won't say this, but Aria's a great skank. She'll make trouble for you if she can. Ignore it." "I will, thanks. Not here to make any enemies." Cleo grinned at her. "You are nice. Hey ho, boss is back. Listen, let's have coffee soon, yes? Not here, I mean." "I'd love to." Sunday lingered over her coffee, not wanting to leave the warmth of the diner. Cleo, having finished her shift, had left a half hour before, and Sunday had made sure she got the generous tip she had certainly earned. Cleo had thanked her and left her cell phone number. "For whenever or whatever," she'd said. Sunday was reading news stories on her cell phone when she heard someone come into the rapidly emptying diner. She looked up and saw a man tall, with shaggy dark curls brush snow off of his coat. He glanced across at her and their eyes locked. Sunday felt a jolt through her entire body. The man was spectacular looking, a ruggedly handsome face, but it was his eyes that got her. Light green and thickly rimmed by black lashes, they gazed at her without wavering. She felt that glance everywhere. Time seemed to freeze, but then he walked over to her booth. "May I?" Oh darn it. Why did he have to have that deep, gravelly voice too? She nodded dumbly. He sat down opposite her. Another waitress drifted over and took his order for black coffee. He looked at Sunday questioningly. She shook her head. "Just one, please." Sunday felt like a love-struck teenager, and she cleared her throat, trying to stop her face from burning. "You're new here." A statement, not a question, but she nodded anyway. "Sund." "No names." A thrill of something shot through her, and suddenly she knew that whatever was going on here, she was going to let happen. She wanted this man, whoever he was, and she didn't need complications. A one-night stand? Yes, please. She let the desire show in her eyes, and his mouth hitched up in a satisfied smile. His arrogance was compelling, and Sunday grinned back at him. "You're very confident." "I know what I want." "And what's that?" "You." "I don't like to mess around or play games." "Me neither." Sunday straightened her back. "Nor do I want complications." "Then we agree. Do you have a place nearby?" "Yes." He tilted his head onto one side. "Are you sure about this?" "Like I said, no complications." Sunday couldn't quite believe the words were coming out of her own mouth, but what the hell? New life, new rules. The last thing she wanted was a relationship with anyone, but her body had needs. Her suitor gazed at her for a long moment, then grabbed her hand, pulling her to her feet. "Let's go, beautiful."
Chapter 5.
She drove up to the Giotto house, taking some fresh bread from the town bakery for Carmen, who thanked her and invited her to share a coffee with her. "I have some news. Not that it will directly affect you, but you should know." She indicated the stool, and Sunday sat, watching her new friend curiously. "What's up?" "Well, River's daughter will be coming to stay for a few weeks is all, and Barry is adorable, but a handful." "Mr. Giotto has a daughter?" 5 years old, but he's only known her for a few years. I believe she was the product of a one-night stand." Sunday hoped her face wasn't as red as it felt. "It happens. So Barry, and what a great name, huh? She's coming to stay for a few weeks?" Carmen nodded. "River has promised me that he'll do most of the heavy lifting, but I know him. There will be days when he's in his studio and he forgets about everything, including Barry. Those days you might find yourself with a little helper. I don't mind that, as long as Mr. Giotto understands I'll be distracted from work." Carmen grinned. "You can call him River, you know." "Do you think I'll ever meet him?" Sunday had already imagined what he'd look like, gray-haired, grumpy. Daisy had said he was old, but then Daisy was 24. Old could mean anyone over 30. Carmen sighed. "I hope so, sweetheart, I do. I know this might seem a strange situation to you, but River has never been a very sociable person. He got worse after his mother died and his father remarried." She lowered her voice. "His stepmother is a vile, vicious woman. Something happened between her and River, and he was never the same." "Gosh, how awful." Carmen nodded. "He would never tell anyone what happened, but it must have been pretty bad. He had bruises, but he wouldn't tell his father." "How old was he when this happened?" 16. "It's been 20 years and he still won't talk about it." "So old was 36. Sunday blinked, adjusting her image of her enigmatic employer. "That's just awful. Is she still around?" "Unfortunately, but thankfully, she lives in New York. She'd better not show her face here anytime soon." Sunday nodded, and soon she went back to her office to start work. She couldn't stop thinking about what Carmel had told her, and wondered if Ludovico had any idea what had happened to his son. Sunday shook her head, angry for River. She had no time for men or women who hurt kids. She gave in to temptation and typed Ludo's name into a search engine. She found pictures of a handsome, silver-haired man with a much younger woman, a woman Sunday recognized immediately. "No way," she hissed under her breath. Angelina freaking Marshall. The Wicked Witch of the Upper East Side. Sunday smiled grimly. Suddenly, the abuse didn't seem so surprising. Angelina was both feared and reviled, but her money, her position as the daughter of one of New York's most powerful families, meant people fawned around her regardless. Sunday, or rather Marley, had interviewed the woman once for a segment on the early show and had disliked her immensely. She'd nicknamed Angelina Our Lady of Perpetual Victimhood, after the woman had claimed to have suffered from several serious illnesses without any evidence of such poor health. When Marley had called her out on air, she'd made an enemy of the other woman. Angelina had called Marley's boss, demanding Marley be fired. Jack, the station owner, had refused point blank. They didn't pander to people like Angelina Marshall. Now, Sunday wondered if Ludo had written about his ex-wife. She flicked through the diaries but found they stopped before River's mother had died. Sunday chewed her lip. On a hunch, she went to find Carmen and asked her if there were more diaries. "Oh yes, honey, there'll be a few more volumes. River told me to give you a couple at a time, so you didn't feel overwhelmed." "Gotcha. Any reason you asked?" "Yes. I know Angelina Marshall." "No, just wondered, as the two you gave me seemed to only got to a certain date." Carmen wiped her hands. "Come with me." She led her through the house and into a large study. "Now don't judge, but this is Ludo's study. Not his actual study, you understand, but River had it copied exactly when he had the house built. Over here." She pointed to a bookcase that reached from floor to ceiling. Sunday almost moaned with happiness when she saw it. It looked a little like the library from Beauty and the Beast. She ran a flat hand over the spines of the books. Heaven. Carmen chuckled. I knew you were hiding your inner geek. River's the same about libraries. I'm sure he wouldn't mind if you want to borrow anything. And if you want more of Ludo's diaries, have at them. Carmen left her to enjoy the library at her leisure. Sunday hoisted a few of Ludo's diaries out and bore them back to her office. Her interest was piqued now, and she searched through them until she found the first mention of Angelina. Settling on the couch, she read for a few hours. The day soon went, and although she had read nearly a whole journal, she had found nothing out of the ordinary. She marveled at Ludo's attention to detail, though. The man documented everything except his bathroom habits, she found, and yet it was never boring. She decided she would have liked to know Ludovico Giotto very much. He was warm and humorous and obviously adored his first wife and his son. Carmen had told her that today was her half-day off, and so at supper time, Sunday packed her bag and walked through the silent house. There was something both comforting yet charged about the silence of the house. Outside, she stood for a moment, listening to the faint sound of snow falling, and breathed in a lungful of the freezing air. Yes, she could get used to this peace. Once again, the feeling of being watched came over her. She looked toward the far end of the house and smiled. Why don't you come talk to me? She said out loud, out into the silence, but there was no answer. Who are you? Whatever she did to you, I'd like to make her pay for it. Sunday said that softly to herself. Even after everything had happened to her, she still went out, made new friends, had experiences. She could not imagine being so scarred by something that she would disappear into exile. Isn't that just what you've done, though? Not by choice. Sunday got into her truck and drove back into town. She saw the coffee house was still open and stopped to say hi to Daisy. Her friend seemed delighted to see her. Hiya. Americano. I'm in the mood for hot chocolate, actually. I need the sugar. Daisy grinned and nodded to a chair. Grab a pew. I'll bring it over. Sunday sat, dumping her purse on the floor next to her. She nodded at Arya, who smiled blandly but didn't come over. She was talking to a handsome young man with dark blonde hair and blue eyes, who looked at Sunday with interest. Arya murmured something to him and they both laughed, and Sunday felt her face flush. What was this, 9th grade? Daisy brought over 2 cups of hot chocolate and sat down, flashing an annoyed glance at her stepsister. Ignore her, she told Sunday, she never grew up. So how's things? Settling in. Met River yet? Sunday smiled at her new friend. Good. Yes and no. The mysterious Mr. Giotto remains a stranger. I did meet Cleo at the diner last night. For some reason, she didn't want to mention the delectable stranger whom she had taken home. That was for her alone, her dirty little secret. Daisy was grinning. I love Cleo. She's so effortlessly cool. I'm a dork, and yet she still decided I was to be her best friend. She's from New York, you know? I didn't. A small curl of unease started in Sunday's stomach. Would Cleo recognize her? Daisy didn't notice her disquiet. Well, anyway, so the job is going okay. I'm not surprised River's hiding out. What's he like? I know he's 36 and an artist, but that's all I know. Sunday knew she shouldn't be pumping Daisy for information, that she was drawing on their tentative friendship, but she couldn't help herself. Since finding out about River's stepmother, she felt she had to know more. Gorgeous looking, but also a little. Daisy searched for the right word. Not sinister, but rather, oh bugger, I'm trying to find the right word. Brooding. He always has this troubled look about him. I like him, he tells it how it is and can't be bothered with games. She shot a glance over to her sister. Probably why he and Arya didn't last. Anyway, he keeps himself to himself, as you know. Once upon a time he would come have coffee, chat with some locals, but those days are gone. Shame. She studied Sunday. And you really haven't seen him? Sunday shook her head. I have met Luke Maslany, though. Daisy's smile widened. Oh, I love Luke. He's like a big teddy bear. I have such a crush on him. You should ask him out, Sunday told, and Daisy laughed. Right. He's a big deal doctor, and I'm a coffee shop owner. So? Luke seems pretty down to earth to me, and there's nothing wrong with owning a coffee house. You're an entrepreneur. This place is wonderful. I'm sure I wouldn't feel so welcome anyplace else. You are sweet. But really, Luke is way out of my league. Sunday looked at Daisy incredulously. Daisy was gorgeous, all soft curves and warmth. No one is out of your league, honey. Daisy rolled her eyes. Sweet talker. How about you? Any boyfriends? Or girlfriends? I shouldn't presume. Sunday grinned. Dude, if I were into girls, I'd be hitting on you right now. They both laughed. But no. No boyfriend. Not for a while now. There's a story there, isn't there? Daisy said, reading Sunday's expression, and she nodded. Yeah. But for another time. Gotcha. As Sunday walked back to her apartment, she glanced over at the diner, wondering if her erstwhile lover would turn up there again tonight. She had already decided she wouldn't be there. Last night had been wild, crazy, and exhilarating, and a one-off. She didn't need the complication, however much she craved that touch again. Nope. No way.
Chapter 6.
River crouched down to take his daughter in his arms. Hello again, Pickle. Barry, all dark curls and a huge smile, giggled. I'm not a pickle, Daddy. Yeah, you are, Big Pickle. Hey, Linz. He stood Barry in his arms to greet his ex-lover, who smiled at him gratefully. Hey, River. Listen, I cannot tell you how grateful I am for this. He waved her thanks away. It's always a pleasure, don't be silly. Let's go grab some breakfast. I know airport food isn't that great, but I know somewhere we can go, if you have the time. Lindsay, a sweet dark-haired woman, nodded at him, but there was something in her eyes that made him curious. Of course. As they ate breakfast in a diner and an hour later, she told him. Stage 4, she said simply, and River's heart broke. No. Oh gosh. Linz. Just my luck, eh? Just the tiniest lump, barely able to feel it, but apparently it's deep and spreading. Liver, lungs, brain. Geez. River took her hand and she squeezed his back. Sweetheart, listen, we can do something. Sloan Kettering or any place in any country that can treat you, we can do that. Lindsay touched his face. You are the sweetest man, River Giotto, but I'm afraid it's way past that now. It's okay, I've made my peace. It's just... She cut her eyes to Barry, who was eating a huge stack of blueberry pancakes, a look of great concentration on her face. I hate the thought of leaving. She looked back at River with tears in her eyes. And I know you didn't ask for any of this, for us, for her, but... Lindsay, it would be my honor, my privilege, and my absolute responsibility. I hate that you feel you have to ask. Of course, of course. Lindsay's shoulders slumped and she let the tears fall then. I cannot tell you how relieved I am. I was so scared that she would be left alone. Never. Never ever, River said with feeling and drew Lindsay into his arms, hugging her tightly. We are a family. An unusual one, yes, but then I don't know what normal is. You have my word, Lindsay. Barry will want for nothing, especially love. They talked for hours. Lindsay told him the doctors had given her a few weeks. If I'm lucky. I need to go say my goodbyes to everyone, but I don't want to traumatize Barry. If I may. I'd like us to be together at the end. Of course. Look, I could travel with you. Take care of Barry. Then we can all be together the whole time. Lindsay looked at him in surprise. You would do that? Of course. I understand why you want to protect her from the worst, but believe me, she'll figure it out later and wonder why you went away when you could have been together. Trust me, honey, we can do this. Lindsay started to cry again. You are a remarkable man, River Giotto. Later, when Lindsay and Barry were taking a nap, River called Carmen and explained the situation. Can I ask you to pack me a suitcase and have it brought here? I don't want to waste a moment with them both. Of course, oh, it's just so sad. Listen, don't worry about anything. And I'll get a room ready for Barry when you come back. River closed his eyes. Thank you, Carmen. I know this is a strange situation. I hate to say it, but I don't think we'll be away for long. After he hung up, he glanced over at his ex-lover and their daughter sleeping. There was no question in his mind that he would go with them to say goodbye to Lindsay's loved ones. He would make sure they traveled in luxury and were spoiled rotten by everyone. He had no idea how they were going to tell the child that Mommy wouldn't be around for much longer. How the hell did you make a 5-year-old understand? His heart throbbed with pain, and he stepped outside the hotel room to smoke a cigarette on the balcony. Man, he felt like life was just running away with him, as if he had no control. Work, family, his failing eyesight, and his father's diaries and the woman who was transcribing them for him. He'd watched her leave his home a few times, known she'd sensed him there, seen her shy wave. He'd even heard her tell him to come talk to her. If only she knew. But for now he had to concentrate, and maybe being away from Colorado for a few weeks would help clear his head. Maybe she would have finished transcribing his father's journals by then, found out about the horror of his family history, and would have left by the time he got back with Barry. Maybe he would be able to stop thinking about her. Maybe. New York. Angelina Marshall rolled over and slipped out of bed. Brian Scanlon watched her with a critical eye as she shrugged into a silk robe and headed for the shower. You've lost more weight. Angelina ignored him. It was true, she had lost weight, but she didn't see it as a negative. She could fit into every high-end designer sample and looked good doing it. Her high cheekbones were perhaps more prominent than she'd like, and the constant battle with the gray pallor of her skin was a nuisance, but otherwise, she knew she was a beautiful woman. If she wasn't, then how was it that Brian kept betting her? And the rest of them? Angelina enjoyed the power it gave her over men. So, she went to the table where 6 lines of fine white powder lay scratched out on the glass. She snorted 2 lines, then nodded at them. It's good. Enjoy. Scanlon was already getting dressed. Not my scene, but thanks. Angelina smirked. Since when? You're the biggest junkie I know. Not anymore. I need a clear head. Ah. Is this the missing journalist skank? She didn't notice his eyes turned from gray to ice white. She's not a skank. But yes, I have to keep my concentration if I'm going to find her. Angelina sat back on the couch, crossing her legs and letting her robe fall open. Surely her leaving town was a clear message. She's not interested. And why on earth would you still pursue after you tried to kill her? I did not try to kill Marley, Brain hissed. That was an error. You shot her in the gut, didn't you? Some mistake. She barely had time to react before his hand was around her throat. Firstly, I didn't shoot anyone. My hands are clean. Secondly, Marley wasn't the intended target, and the man responsible has been dealt with. Thirdly, you keep your dirty mouth shut or maybe something bad will happen to you. Angelina wasn't frightened. In fact, his roughness turned her on and she looked at him with new respect. Fine? Angelina knew obsession. Her stepson, only a few years younger than herself, was hers. River. Beautiful, vulnerable, brilliant River. Angelina had deliberately pursued Ludo in order to get to his son, managing to seduce the old man just so she could get close to the boy. But River had had more about him than she'd realized. Behind those astonishing green eyes was a man who knew what he wanted, and he'd seen right through Angelina. When she'd made her move after Ludo's death, River had rejected her outright, his loathing for her a raging angry thing. No matter. In time he would be hers. It had been a couple of years now, and news from Colorado had traveled to Manhattan. River was losing his sight, or at least partially. She knew him enough to know it would kill him to be unable to paint. Maybe it was time his loving stepmother paid him a visit to comfort him in his hour of need. Angelina laughed to herself. Yes. Maybe it was time.
Chapter 7. April, Colorado.
As far as Sunday was concerned, the past 2 months, working on the diaries, making friends, hanging with the friendly folk of Rockford, had been some of the happiest of her life. Every day she would get up early, go share a breakfast coffee with Daisy or Cleo, or sometimes both, then drive up to the Giotto place, even she called it the castle now. Carmen had told her that River had been called away for a few weeks, and that when he returned, Barry would be with him permanently. In the second week of April, Carmen told her that they would be back the following week. I have to get a room ready for Barry, she told Sunday. I don't suppose you'd be able to help me pick out some things, would you? Of course I'd love to. Sunday was touched. She and Carmen had grown close over the past months, and the fact that she trusted Sunday with such an important job meant the world to her. They drove into Montrose and found a place to buy paint and art for the walls of the room. Sunday asked Carmen what Barry was like, what things she liked to do, and finding she was a bookworm, just like her dad, Sunday suggested they make her a little reading den in one corner of the room. We can add string lights and pillows and make it a little escape place for her. I love that idea, Carmen enthused and laughed. I kind of wish I had one myself. I swear I'll never grow out of wanting a reading nook, Sunday chuckled. Speaking of books, let's find some bookshelves for her. They had a wonderful day shopping together, enjoying a lunchtime meal, then driving back, chattering away. They spent the week preparing Barry's room, setting it up, and on the day before River and Barry came home, Sunday made sure everything was in place. She worked until after midnight, and decided to sleep on the couch in her office instead of driving home. She could barely open her eyes. By the time she was satisfied, everything was ready. She stripped down to her underwear and pulled a comforter over her. She was so exhausted, she fell asleep immediately, and was only half aware when she felt someone slide their arms under her neck and knees and pick her up. She felt the cool of the night air. Then, as she was gently placed on a bed and a warm blanket was pulled up over her, she mumbled some thanks and was asleep again. In the morning, she woke and realized she was in a room she had never seen before. The bed was huge, dressed in clean white sheets and a navy blue comforter. A robe lay across the end of the bed, and for a moment, she wondered if she was about to see someone come out of the ensuite bathroom. But the room was quiet. She slipped the robe on and went to splash water on her face. There was a brand new toothbrush and toiletries on the side, and she quickly showered, shoving her underwear into the pocket of the robe. After brushing her teeth, she padded down towards the kitchen. She heard Carmen's voice, then a child laughing. Shyly, she poked her head around the door. Carmen saw her. Hello, sleepyhead. River said you were out for the count. River had moved her to the bed. She'd never even laid eyes on him, yet he'd been so gentle with her, so caring. She smiled at the little girl at the breakfast counter. Hello. You must be Barry. I am, hello. You are Sunday. Sunday grinned. Carmen had told her Barry was precocious. I am. It's very nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Barry said formally and got down from her chair. To Sunday's surprise, the little girl held up her arms, wanting Sunday to pick her up. Sunday glanced at a beaming Carmen, who nodded encouragingly. Sunday bent and swung the little girl into her arms. Barry immediately planted a huge kiss on Sunday's cheek. Thank you for my book den. Auntie Carmen said it was all your idea. I love it. Sunday flushed. Ah well, you're very welcome, but Auntie Carmen was just as involved. We both enjoyed making it for you. She sat down and settled the little girl on her lap. Carmen pushed a mug of coffee over to her. Barry watched her, grinning. Sunday is a pretty name. You have nice hair. She curled a lock of Sunday's brown hair around her little finger. My mommy had nice hair too. We made it look extra special for the casket. My mommy went to heaven. Tears pricked Sunday's eyes. I know, sweetheart. I'm so sorry. I was sad, but Daddy told me that Mommy will always be on my shoulder. Like an angel. She patted her shoulder. So when I am lonely, I can touch just here, and Mommy will be holding my hand, even if I can't see her." Barry looked past Sunday's own shoulder and smiled. "Isn't that right, Daddy?" "That's right, sweetheart." Sunday felt a jolt of electricity as she turned and finally saw the man who had hired her all those months ago, knowing even before she saw him that they had indeed already met. She turned to look into the brilliant, beautiful green eyes of River Giotto, the man who had made love to her that wonderful, unbelievable night. She worked hard to keep her cool, even shaking his hand as if they hadn't been naked with each other. Somehow she got through breakfast, and when she went to retrieve her clothes, she somehow knew he would follow her. As she bent down to grab her jeans, she felt his arms slide around her waist. For a second she was tempted to shove him away, to be angry at him for not revealing who he was, but the second his lips pressed against her neck, she was lost. She turned in his arms and gazed up at him. Gosh, he was beautiful. His eyes were tired though, and full of sadness, and she couldn't help but smooth the lines at the corner of his eyes. "Hi," she whispered. "Hello again," he said back, and then his lips were against hers. The kiss went on until they had to break away to breathe. "I'm sorry. I should have told you who I was that night." She shook her head. "It's okay. It was a perfect night. For me too. But I couldn't bring myself to come see you here. I don't know why. Perhaps it has something to do with my dad's journals. I tried to separate you from your work, I guess." He stroked the back of his fingers down her face. "I wanted you the moment I saw you, Sunday Kemp. You fit in here so well, I knew it must be fate. But then? Barry and her mom. I'm so sorry about Lindsay. It must have been so hard for you. Worse for her and Barry. But at least she got to go on her own terms, with her family around her." He looked exhausted, and Sunday wrapped her arms around his head. He rested it on her shoulder. "When I came home last night and saw you asleep on this couch." "Where did you sleep?" "Here." She made him look at her. "You should have stayed with me." He smiled softly. "I didn't want to presume." He drew his hand down her side, making her shiver. He pushed the robe from her shoulders, letting it drop to the floor. "You're so beautiful," he whispered. River ran his hand through his hair and laughed a little self-consciously. "So," he said, "welcome to the business." They both laughed. "I'm sure we've just broken every workplace law there is," Sunday said. He was so different from how she had imagined him, yet she could see the pain in his eyes. She placed her hand on his cheek. "I know we don't know each other yet, but I want you to know. I'm in this. I'll help out however I'm able, especially with Barry, and I don't mean that I expect anything from you. I just want you to know you don't have to do this alone." River smiled. "You really are very sweet, my darling. I admit, I'm just taking each day as it comes." He stroked her face. "And I'm looking forward to getting to know you, the right way. Again, I'm sorry I didn't tell you who I was that night in the diner. I just wanted you." "Don't apologize for that," Sunday chuckled, slipping her t-shirt over her head. She tugged her long hair out, letting it fall in messy waves around her. River was looking at her with desire in his eyes. "Gosh, you're beautiful." He drew her into his arms again, and his lips found hers. Gosh, he was intoxicating, but eventually Sunday drew away. "I think we should take this slow, River. Barry is going to need you. I'll be here when you need me or want me." "I'll always want you," he grinned, but then he sighed. "But you're right. Barry is my priority, and I would like you to continue to transcribe my father's journals, if you don't mind." "Not at all. It's fascinating." River half smiled. "Getting to know my dad. If it's not inappropriate to say, I'm half in love with your father. What a warm, kind man. No wonder you want to know what he wrote." She smiled a little shyly. "He adored you, River, but you probably know that. There was one part, may I read it to you?" River nodded, and she could see the emotion in his face. She sat down at her desk and scanned to the part of the file she wanted. "Even if we never have another child, it doesn't matter. River challenges us every day, His quiet genius, even at such a young age, is astonishing to me. I could not imagine loving another child as much as I love my son." She stopped and looked at River. He was looking away from her, out of the window, and she realized he was struggling. "I'm sorry, River. I thought you'd like to know." "Thank you." He said it quietly, but the emotion was raw. I needed to hear it. He held out his hand and she took it, and they walked back to the kitchen together. If Carmen wondered about their clasped hands, she didn't show it, and the four of them sat and chatted for a while until they heard Luke calling from the front door. Barry hopped off her father's lap and went to greet her uncle. Luke grinned at them as he came in, Barry riding on his shoulders. "Hey folks. Everyone's here." Carmen pushed a mug of hot coffee to him, and he thanked her. He eyed his best friend. "So you met Sunday, finally?" River and Sunday exchanged an amused glance. "You could say that." Sunday watched as River, Barry, Carmen, and Luke chatted. This was a family, the closest she'd seen for many years. And now she was part of it. How different her life was, even in this short a time. She felt a wave of emotion and excused herself to go use the bathroom. She splashed more water on her face and peered at herself in the mirror. Her hair was a mess, but her skin glowed, her eyes bright and excited. Excited. She hadn't felt that emotion since before Corey died. Her body felt electrified, sensual, on fire. Sunday combed her fingers through her messy hair, trying to tidy it, then returned to the kitchen. She saw that Carmen, Luke, and Barry had gone outside into the little courtyard to make snow angels. River smiled at Sunday, kissing her temple. "Are you all right?" She nodded. "Just trying to get my bearings. A lot changed fast." "I know the feeling. Look, I don't want to freak you out, and there's a lot for us to sort through, but I'd like to try." "Me too." She slid her arm around his waist, and he hugged her to him. "I'm sorry I kept my distance before. Even before Barry and her mom, I was having some problems. I wasn't dealing with them. I still don't know if, well." He gave her a half smile. "I'm going to try." Sunday was curious, but she didn't want to intrude. He would tell her if he wanted to. "I know something I've been curious about," she said with a smile. "I would love to see some of your art. Luke, Daisy, Carmen, they've all been raving about it. I know I could have looked it up on the internet, but I held out." River's eyes became hooded and closed off, and she wondered what she'd said wrong. "Maybe another day." His voice didn't betray anything wrong, but she nodded. "Another day is great," she said, squeezing his waist as if to say, "It's okay." River gazed down at her. "You get it." Almost a whisper. "I do. We all have that thing, River. That thing we can't face. It's okay. It's only human. If you need me, I'm here." He turned to face her. "And you? You should know I feel the same way. We need to get to know each other." He nodded. "We have all the time in the world." River had no idea that soon his words would come back to haunt him.
Chapter 8.
During the next few weeks, Sunday and River managed to both take care of Barry and make time to get to know each other. They fell into an easy rhythm. During the day, Barry was the priority for River, while Sunday worked. Then at supper time they would all gather to eat and talk, sometimes joined by Luke, and even Daisy on occasion. After Barry was in bed, River and Sunday would sit and chat, getting to know each other. The only downside was that Sunday couldn't tell him the absolute truth about herself. The potted history she and the FBI had come up with didn't cover barely any questions he asked her, and Sunday found herself slipping occasionally. The night River asked her about the pain he had seen in her eyes was the night Sunday almost broke and told him the truth. Instead, she told him about an ex-lover who had died in a road accident. River was sympathetic, stroking her hair as she buried her face in his chest, pink-cheeked from lying. She hated lying to him, hated it. The one thing Sunday was adamant on was that she would not stay over. They would make love, then Sunday would slip from River's bed, kiss him goodbye, and go home. They weren't hiding their relationship as such, but Sunday told him that it was too soon for Barry to see them together. She also had to figure out how she felt about the whole thing. Her body craved his touch constantly, but he still remained an enigma to her. If she was forced to hide her past, then River was choosing to keep things from her. Sunday couldn't blame him. She didn't have the right to demand he tell her anything, but she felt he was keeping something big from her, something he would only talk to Luke about. It left her feeling as if there were a chasm between them that might never be breached, and at the moment, she was okay with that. She spent a lot of time with Barry, amazing herself at how easily she found being in the young girl's company. She had never aspired to be a mother, and she would never try to replace Lindsay, but she discovered a bond with Barry that surprised her. Barry, wiser than her years, loved reading, and often asked Sunday to come play with her in the little book den they had built for her. River told Sunday to tell him if Barry was a distraction, but Sunday loved spending time with her. Sometimes, when Barry was feeling the loss of her mother keenly, Sunday would hold the little girl as she cried and rocked her to sleep. River came to Sunday's office one afternoon as she was working. She was so absorbed in the diaries that she jumped slightly when she felt his arms slide around her. "Good afternoon, beautiful." She turned in her chair to smile at him. "Hey there. This is a nice surprise." River usually worked in his studio all day, and they never interrupted him while he was working. River kissed her cheek and sat down on the couch. "I've been thinking. I should take you out on an official date." Sunday put her pen down. "You don't have to. I'm not the wine and dine sort of girl." "I'd like to." He smiled at her, but she could see the turmoil in his face. She took his hands. "River, there's not a rule book we have to follow. We can make up our own rules. Neither of us likes games, and forgive me for saying so, I don't think either of us is ready for a big commitment." She slightly regretted her words when she saw a flash of pain in his eyes. "That's not to say I don't want you. Of course I do. I'm just not ready for more than what we have now. And to be honest, we still don't know everything about each other. Or actually, much at all." She tapped one of his father's journals. "I feel I know more about your father than I do you." River was chewing his bottom lip, listening to her, and he nodded. "I don't share easily," he began slowly, "but I'm trying. Some things I'm just not ready for. But I know that I want you, that you are the person I would like to try and form a relationship with. I suck at these things," he sat with a sudden laugh. "I really do. But still, let me take you out. Even if it's just for a coffee down at Daisy's place. We might run into Aria. Aria's a big girl, and our fling was just that, a fling." Sunday considered and then nodded. "Okay, you're on. We'll have to get a sitter for Barry." This time his grin was triumphant. "I already asked Carmen." "Sneaky." "You bet. So later." Sunday's eyebrows shot up. "Today." River grinned and leaned over to kiss her. "I'm impetuous. And impatient." She laughed, cupping his face in her hands. "Fine. Just let me do a couple more hours' work." "Nerd." "Shut up." She grinned at him. When he was like this, fun-loving, teasing, she could hardly believe it was the same man who had avoided her for so many weeks. When he'd gone, his good mood had affected her, and Sunday did the one thing she'd sworn she would never do. She Googled her old self. Marley Locke. The New York news sites were full of discussions on where she was, why she had left. A couple of wildly insulting rumors abounded, but Sunday had known that would happen, even down to the theories that she'd committed suicide. To her dismay, she saw that Corey's family had been hounded by the press, eager for answers. The photograph of his mother, looking drained and distressed, made her stomach hurt. "I'm so sorry." She watched the video of her co-anchors discussing what had happened. They told the truth. They had no idea when, where, and why Marley had gone. Sunday stared at the picture they showed of her, neat and professional in a tailored suit, blonde hair perfectly coiffed. Who was that person? She had thought she had made her life exactly what she wanted it to be, but looking back, she knew she had been groomed into becoming that person. She sat back and saw her reflection in the huge glass window, dark hair messy, eyes wide and full of optimism, and knew that she would never be able to go back, even if the threats to her life weren't there. No more Marley. Not ever again. She spoke the words softly, but knew they meant everything. She smiled to herself later on when River came to find her. He looked nervous, and she knew that he was second-guessing his decision to go out in public for the first time in months. She held his hand. "Come on, big guy," she murmured to him, kissing his mouth. "Let's do this." The first person she saw as they entered Daisy's coffee house was, of course, Sunday thought, Arya. Her expression registered surprise at seeing River then, as his eyes dropped to their clasped hands, her expression hardened and she turned away. Sunday felt sorry for her but didn't say anything. Daisy, in stark contrast, almost crowed with satisfaction when she saw them. "Well, it's about damn time." She steered them to a private table near the window. "Usual?" "Yes, please." Sunday beamed at her and River chuckled. "And what's your usual? Some hideous concoction with pumpkin spice and coconut?" Sunday grinned at him. "You guessed it. Bring River my usual, Daisy." She winked at her friend, who giggled. "Coming right up." River stroked Sunday's cheek, smiling. "How is it I feel I'm being ganged up on?" "Because you are. That's the way it works." Sunday took his hand and wound her fingers through it, touched when he didn't pull away. "So that's one thing I've learned about you. You don't mind public displays of affection." He laughed. "I've never thought about it, but no, I don't. I get that from my parents. Italians, you see. Such a stereotype." He grinned. "Maybe, but it's true. Mom and Dad were very affectionate to each other, to me. My grandparents too. You must miss them." "Terribly. I always wished for a sibling, but for some reason they never got pregnant again." River's eyes were distant, remembering. Has he talked about her much in his journal? "All the time." Sunday studied him. "You never read them?" River shook his head. "My eyesight is problematic. The print is too small for me, hence asking you to transcribe them for me." He stopped talking, but Sunday realized there was more to his words than he was saying. "River? You know, you can talk to me about anything. Anything. It won't go any further. Is there something wrong? I mean, with your eyes." River looked at her with those startling green eyes of his, and nodded. "I'm losing my colors. Something called cone dystrophy." Sunday was appalled. "Oh, River, I am sorry." He nodded. "Yup. It's been a few months since I found out. Luke's been trying to track down any treatment he can, but yeah, eventually, the world will fade to black and white for me." Sunday didn't know what to say. He was an artist, for Christ's sakes. "Damn, River." "I know. Look, I've been wallowing in self-pity for long enough. Now there's a little person who needs me. Being with Barry and Lindsay made me realize that I'm still lucky. I could be losing my eyesight altogether. I can still be an artist, I just have to adjust my expectations. My plan for life." Sunday squeezed his hand. "It happens. What about you? Are you where you saw yourself 5 years ago?" She felt her face burn. "No," she said truthfully, "but it turned out for the best. I'm alive, and then there's you." "So how did it change for you? Was it just because your fiancé died?" Sunday wanted to tell him everything, but she knew she couldn't. Instead, she spoke around it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, but things were going south anyways. There was someone? She broke off. How the hell did she tell him this without giving herself away? Let's just say there was someone who wouldn't take no for an answer, and it made my old life complicated. Jerk. Big time. Her throat closed. "I don't want to talk about that, not tonight. Tonight should be about happy things." Hey. Daisy interrupted, carrying a tray. "Here is your new favorite beverage, Signore Giotto." She placed a huge drinking jar in front of him, a weirdly colored concoction that made Sunday snicker and River's eyes widen. "What the actual hell?" Daisy winked at Sunday. You ordered it. Now drink. River manfully picked up the drink and took a swig, the whipped cream on the top sticking to the tip of his nose. His grimace made Daisy and Sunday bust up laughing. Oh dear God, now I know what Satan's underwear tastes like. How dare you? Daisy was crying with laughter. I'll have you know that was my finest work. Hazelnut mint orange with just a hint of toothpaste. Oh, and coffee, of course. Toothpaste? River was laughing now, and Sunday's breath caught in her throat. Gosh, this man was gorgeous. Fun, tormented, he was everything, and that smile. She watched him and Daisy tease each other. Gosh, I could fall for you so easily. Sunday felt a pang of sadness, a feeling that by being with River, she was betraying Corey's memory. No. Shut that down. After everything, you deserve happiness. She felt someone watching her and glanced over to see Aria watching her, an unreadable expression on her face. Sunday excused herself and went to the bathroom, waiting a beat. Sure enough, a moment later, Aria came into the bathroom. She didn't seem surprised to find Sunday waiting for her. Aria leaned against the sinks next to Sunday, and for a moment, neither of them spoke. Sunday waited. Aria sighed. I guess you and River are together now. It's very early. Very early. And I don't want to make an enemy of you, Aria. Of anyone. Aria nodded, chewing her bottom lip. Me and River. I always kid myself that we were suited, but the truth is, we weren't. I'm sorry to say it, but I think he's too damaged to really know love. She looked at Sunday, her expression soft. And I'm not saying that to hurt you. I'd rather you were honest, Sunday said. I can make up my own mind, but as I say, it's very early. River and I, we don't know each other that well yet. Aria nodded. You don't have to listen to me. I won't be offended. Just know. It'll be like walking on an icy lake with him. She left the bathroom, and Sunday felt a wave of confusion. Was she just in a bad mood? The answer came back to her. No. She knew Aria was right. River was damaged, it didn't take a genius to work that out. She went back out to see River drinking on his own, Daisy having gone back to work. A simple black coffee was in front of him now, and Sunday smiled. Are you scarred for life? I might be. As she sat down, he reached over and took her hand. So, now we're on an official date. Looks like. She smiled at him, trying to read the expression in his eyes. River, listen, this doesn't have to be anything heavy. Let's just enjoy each other. He reached out to stroke her cheek. I want to know you. And you will. We just don't have to do it all in one night. He nodded, and they chatted easily and lightly until after 10. Outside, he took her in his arms. Come back to the house. Stay the night. She shook her head. It's not time for that. Think of Barry. She couldn't be persuaded, and instead they went back to her apartment. I have to get back for Barry. I know. She kissed him and they got dressed. Again, he drew her into his arms. Just tell me that we'll move forward. That you'll stay over eventually. I will, I promise. I just think Barry will need a period of adjustment. She may seem fine, but if she thinks I'm trying to replace her mom, I hate to think she'd be upset about us. We just have to be patient. River smiled ruefully. I was never very good at being patient. Sunday chuckled. Time to practice. We have all the time in the world.
Chapter 9.
But the next day, when Sunday drove up to the castle, she felt the change in mood immediately. Walking into the kitchen, she saw Carmen alone, her face grim. What's going on? Angelina Marshall. She's suing River for custody of Barry. What the heck? Sunday was immediately angry. How does she even know Barry exists? Carmen sighed and indicated Sunday should sit. Apparently she knew even before River did. From what we can tell, she's been stalking every girlfriend that River had, even down to the one-night stands. That included Lindsay. Rivers never talked to his girlfriends about what Angelina did, and so, apparently, Lindsay thought nothing of it when Angelina contacted her. Carmen rubbed her face, looking tired. She was playing the dutiful grandmother for years, without Rivers' knowledge. When she found out Lindsay died. That skank, Sunday hissed, her heart breaking for River. Carmen nodded. Of course, she played the selfless grandmother figure to Barry, so the child doesn't know that she's an evil succubus. River is beside himself. I should go find him. Please, Carmen patted her hand. He's been in such a funk this morning. I can't reach him. Sunday made her way slowly to River's studio, a room she had never been in, and hoped he wouldn't think she was intruding. She knocked. Come in. She slipped inside and was assailed by glorious color. Vast canvases with vibrant pinks, reds, green, golden yellows, and deep ocean blues. She gasped a little, taken aback by the beauty of them. Oh, River. He was sitting, gazing out of the window, and when he looked at her, she saw the raw pain in his face. She went to him and wrapped her arms around him. He buried his face in her neck, his arms tight around her. They said nothing for the longest time, just held each other. Sunday felt tears in her eyes. She couldn't comprehend what was going around River's head. To potentially lose his daughter to his abuser. It was unfathomable. Eventually, River pulled away. Thank you for coming, he said in a low voice. You seem to know instinctively that I needed you. That means a lot. She stroked his face. Tell me everything. River squeezed his eyes shut. Baby, as much as I want to. I can't. What happened between Angelina and myself? It's too much. It's horrifying. All I want to do is keep Barry safe from that woman. But you have to face what she did to you sometime, River. Deal with it. Until you do, she'll always have this hold over you. River shook his head. No. Sunday drew in a deep breath. You know I'm with you, right? For whatever you need. But I'm not going to be an enabler. You need to deal with. What would you know about it? His outburst shocked her, and she saw the depth of his agony. She touched his face. I can't know, River. But I've been in situations where I felt helpless. I'm just saying, to be at your strongest, maybe it's time. River looked away from her. I can't. Barely a whisper. Geez, River, what did she do to you? But he said nothing. Eventually Sunday gave up, and standing, she touched his shoulder. I'll leave you alone. Just know I'm here for whatever you need. As she reached the door of his study, she heard him call her name. I'm sorry I snapped at you, Sunday. It's okay. I'll see you later. At supper time, she joined Carmen and Barry in the kitchen. To her relief, Barry seemed unaffected by the somber mood of the house, climbing onto Sunday's lap and talking excitedly about her Nana coming to see her. Sunday looked at Carmen. Angelina's coming here. Carmen nodded. River called her this afternoon, told her they had to talk. Angelina invited herself. She'll be here for the weekend. Sunday felt a lurch of unease. A piece of her own New York history coming here, to her safe haven. Would Angelina recognize her? The weekend? Damn it, I can't be here. She would make up some excuse to be away, not to risk her identity being found out. Damn it all to hell, why now? When River needed her so badly. Carmen shook her head. It's okay. I doubt she'll stay long when she hears what River has to say. She cut her eyes to Barry and said no more. Sunday nodded, but sighed inwardly. She was still thinking about her last meeting with the Upper East Side charity maven. Sunday, or rather Marley, had been looking into a pyramid scheme that had been operating in the highest of New York's society, and had taken a call from Angelina, who invited her to interview her about a charity cotillion she was hosting. The interview turned out to be little more than a guarded threat. Shut your mouth about the pyramid scheme or I'll ruin your career. Sunday hadn't backed down and had run the piece anyway, albeit mentioning no names. Angelina had been furious and had done everything in her power to ruin Sunday's career, and had failed. In the end, though, the small scandal hadn't affected Angelina's machinations one iota. She still portrayed herself as a victim in every situation and traded on her fading good looks, not wanting to admit there were younger, more beautiful women in her circle, waiting to take her place. Sunday had always regarded her as kind of pathetic, but now that she knew the depths of her evil, she wished she had gone all in on her. Too late now. Sunday finished up her work and went home for the night. At home, she dug out the burner phone and called Sam, telling him about the Angelina situation. The problem is, she told him, I want to be there for River and Barry, but the thought of her recognizing me. I understand. Look, yeah, it's a concern, but wasn't this a few years ago? Do you think she'd recognize you? Sunday stared at her reflection in the window and was suddenly unsure. She looked so different. Would Angelina know her? I don't know. Maybe hiding away when you're obviously connected to the family would be more conspicuous, Sam said kindly. And of course, we don't know that even if she identified you, it would make a difference. I say keep things as normal as possible. Sam? Yes, Sunday? She hesitated for a moment. Are you any closer to finding out who he is? The man who shot me and killed Corey. No, sweetheart, I'm sorry. He'll obviously know by now that you've left your old life, but whoever he is, he's careful. I just wish I knew what he looked like or who he was. It's bad enough knowing someone wants to kill me, let alone not knowing who or why. Sometimes these things are so out of left field. You did the best thing, letting us move you away from New York. I never thought I would say this, but yes. Weirdly, I feel like I have a life here now. Sam chuckled. Well, that's good news. Sunday didn't tell him that she and River were in the beginnings of a relationship. For one thing, she didn't know what was going to happen now. She found she couldn't sleep and looked out of her window to see if Daisy's coffee house was still open. A warm light glowed from within. Sunday threw her jacket over her sweats and went across. Daisy wasn't working, instead her barista George was on duty. Sunday didn't know him as well, so she grabbed her coffee and went to find a seat. The coffee house was almost empty at midnight. An elderly woman nodded politely at Sunday as she sat down. Sunday sipped her coffee, trying to calm her mind from its state of turmoil. The main thing was to support River and Barry through this crisis, nothing else mattered. She heard the bell jangle at the door and looked up to see a young man enter. He was tall, olive-skinned, and had a shock of dark curls. He smiled at her, his dark brown eyes merry, and then headed for the counter. Sunday looked away, not wanting to intrude, but then she heard him say hello. Mind if I sit? I've been driving all day on my own, and I could do with some company. Not at all. She guessed he was around the same age as her, late 20s, and he had a joyful, fun-loving demeanor. He was a flirt too, and he made her giggle as he introduced himself. Tony Marchand, he said, shaking her hand. All the way from Seattle, Washington. What brings you to our little town, Tony? Snowboarding, he said. I heard the ski place here was second to none, so I thought I'd come see if they needed any help. It's the end of the season, almost. Tony shrugged. I know, but I thought I'd risk it. If not, I'll work anywhere. I just needed to get away. Bad breakup? She guessed and he laughed, coloring a little. You saw right through me. Were you born here? She shook her head. No, California. I moved here a few months back. Friendly town? Sunday nodded. Very. I'm sure you won't have any trouble fitting in. Hey, did I hear River Giotto lives here? The artist. Man, his work, it's sublime. When I was surfing last year, there was a guy with some of Giotto's work on his board. Man, I wanted that board. Sunday smiled at him. Yes, River lives here, but he's kind of reclusive. You know him? And how? I work for him. Damn, you're the person to know. He looked at her admiringly. And, if it isn't creepy to say, you're really hot. Sunday chuckled. Thank you, that's sweet, but I'm kind of seeing someone. Just my luck. Where are you staying? Out at the Cadillac Motel, on the highway. It's pretty clean and cheap. Sunday nodded. Well, what I've learned is that this place is pretty much the hub of town. You need contacts, ask around in here. I will, thanks. They spoke for a few more minutes, then Sunday said goodbye. She walked back over to her apartment and up the stairs. She almost shrieked with shock when a figure appeared out of the darkness. River. Gosh, you scared me, she said, half laughing, half pissed, but River didn't smile. I'm sorry. I just had to see you, so I came into town. Who was the guy? Ah. Some dude who's new in town. He just wanted some advice on jobs. And he asked you? Sunday was a little irked by River's tone. Well, I suppose he asked whoever was around. That being me. Do you want to come in? She unlocked her door and River followed her in. He seemed on edge, and for the first time Sunday wondered if he had taken something. She made him look at her. No. He wasn't high, he was just distressed. River. I was just talking to the guy. I even told him I wasn't available, if that makes you feel better. River sat down on her couch and she sat by him. Is it this thing with Angelina? He nodded. I wanted to forget for a night. Carmel is back at the castle. She said she'd stay with Barry tonight. He trailed his fingers down her belly, stopping at the small scar at the side of her navel. What's this? You didn't see it before? She played for time, knowing that if she lied, he'd know. River waited, the look in his eyes telling her that this was an important moment. Sunday drew in a deep breath. I was shot. Last year. When I told you my fiancé was hit by a car, that was a lie. He was shot too. He died. River sat up. Geez, Sunday. Sunday sat up. When I told you about the stalker, it was him. Or someone he sent to kill us. The thing is, there is more. But if I trust you with the information, it could mean he finds me. River ran his hand through his hair. I won't let anyone hurt you, Sunday. Ever. And I won't let Angelina Marshall hurt you or take Barry. But River, if we're going to trust each other, if this is going to work between us, you have to tell me what she did to you. He stared at her for a long time, then almost imperceptibly, he nodded. Okay. Okay. And for the next 2 hours, River Giotto told her everything.
Chapter 10. Then.
River sat in his room, his headphones on, pretending to finish his term paper, but really sketching. He had no need to worry about the paper, he was at the top of his class for everything. Even with a B grade, he would still finish miles ahead of everyone else. Nerd problems, he grinned to himself, then jumped as he heard someone open his door. His heart sank. Angelina, his father's new wife, stood in the doorway, backlit, her body showing through the flimsy robe she was wearing. River sat up and took his headphones off, winding the cord around them carefully. Why did he always feel like this with Angelina? He had hated her on sight, not just because she dared to assume the mantle of mother to him, trying to replace his beloved Ma. Worse, though, were the times she was alone with him, and she made her intentions clear. Ludo might have been her target, but River was the prize she craved. Only a few years older than him, she had waited, through the courtship, then her marriage to his father before making her move. River had rebuffed her constantly, but every time she was near, his heart pounded uncomfortably, and he felt like cringing away from her. Where's Dad? He asked now, keeping his tone even. Angelina smiled, no warmth in her eyes. Still at the party. I was tired, so I took a cab home. Well, good night then. Ha. No such luck. Angelina came into the room and sat down by him. He leaned away from her, but she cupped his cheek in her hand. River. My darling River. Do you even realize how beautiful you are? Look at you. She turned his head so that he faced the mirror. All he saw were his mother's green eyes, huge with tension and terror. He hated feeling this way. Would a man really be this terrified? No. He had to stand up to her. He got up off the bed, but she was too quick for him. She darted to the door and locked it. No. Not this time, River. He drew himself up to his full height, already 6'2" at just 16. I'll tell my father. Angelina smiled, cat-like and merciless. Oh, I don't think you will. All it would take for me is to say one word to him. He wouldn't believe you. She laughed. Sweetheart, I've been planting the seeds since before he married me. Have you seen the way your son looks at me, Ludo? Isn't his teenage crush adorable, Ludo? She walked towards him. Hasn't he grown strong, Ludo? What would a weak little woman like me do against all that brute strength? Ludo.
Chapter 11.
Tears were pouring down Sunday's face as River spoke, his voice a monotone. It went on for a couple of years, until I could escape to college. But the damage had been done. I suppose it was my way of revenge. I wouldn't let anyone close. Luke, Carmen, they stuck around long after I told them to go to hell. He rubbed his hands through his hair. My dad, he never knew. I hope he never knew. I wish I had asked him why. Why he married her, of all people. He must have known she was a... He broke off and laughed without humor. I don't even know a word strong enough for what she is. That evil piece of bottom-feeding scum, Sunday growled, incensed. She got up and paced around her flat. I could kill her. I will kill her. Sunday felt the same white-hot heat of the rage she had felt when Corey died, coursing through her veins. These people? Gosh. What gives them the right? Nothing and no one. But they still do it. Sunday sat down next to him and took his face in her hands. She won't get away with this. I swear to you right here, right now, River Giotto. She won't even get to be in the same room as you or Barry, I'll make sure of that. River held her tightly. I love your fire. No, it's more than that. Sunday took a breath in. River. I know her. Or rather, I knew her. River's smile faded. What? Sunday sighed. My name isn't Sunday Kemp. Well, at least, it didn't used to be. My name was Marley Locke. I was an investigative reporter, and then an anchor in New York. The part one told you about my stalker is true, and so the FBI gave me a new identity after he tried to kill me. But before that, a few years ago, I crossed swords with Angelina. She's a con artist and scammer of the highest order. I embarrassed her in the press, but she still came back swinging. Sunday sighed, waiting for River to get angry. He touched her face. You had to leave everything behind. She nodded. Everything. She chuckled. And the moment I met you, I didn't regret a thing. I'm more me here with you and Barry and Carmen than I ever was in New York. Marley. He was looking at her as if he was trying to make the name fit. She kissed him softly. Sunday. You're Sunday. Always. He leaned his forehead against hers. I have trust issues, I always have. But with you, I'll never betray you, ever. River took her hand and kissed her fingers. Was there a life before you? I used to think there was. Now all I care about is us, our little family. Not that I'm presuming anything. Presume away. We are a family. River stroked his finger down her cheek. I'm going to tell Barry about us. She knows we like each other, hell, anyone could guess that, and it wasn't as if Lindsay and I were sleeping together when we were traveling. Sunday was surprised. You weren't? River smiled. No. I had already fallen for someone. Sunday flushed with pleasure as he kissed her. Oh, how I love you. But she didn't say it aloud. They had come great strides tonight in trusting each other, in deciding their future. For now, she only had one thing on her mind. Stop Angelina Marshall.
Chapter 12. New York.
Sunday's nemesis was hosting a cocktail party at her Upper East Side party, but had long since abandoned her hosting duties and snuck off to be with Brian Scanlon upstairs. Scanlon was great in bed, but more and more she craved her fix. River. Over 20 years he had been her obsession, her personal shot of pure heroin. To Angelina he was beautiful, almost magical, and the fact that she ruled him was all the power she needed. And now she had an in. The child. Of course she didn't care about the child's welfare, but she'd been smart enough to groom the child's mother into a false sense of security, plying her with money and Angelina's version of love. When she'd heard that Lindsay had passed on and that River now was Barry's full-time career, she could have crowed with delight. Just as I planned. Now, with the custody lawsuit, River would have to see her. Angelina could hardly wait. She was going to Colorado at the end of the week to discuss Barry's living arrangements. Her spies in Rockford had told her that he was seeing someone, his secretary or something. She, Angelina, would soon chase the girl off. River belonged to her, and she would not tolerate another woman being on the scene. Angelina shrugged and rolled over to the nightstand, getting a cigarette out. "Don't pretend you care for me any more than I care for you, Scanlon. Don't act all butthurt when I know you're thinking about your blonde bimbo." "Summa cum laude from Harvard is hardly bimbo material," Scanlon said, and there was an edge to his voice that made Angelina smile. "Still trying to find her. The world is a small place when you have as many resources as I do. And yet she still eludes you." Angelina was enjoying goading him. Scanlon always had a delicious air of violence around him, and Angelina wasn't impartial to playing it rough. "Tell me, what are you going to do to her when you find her? Not that it's any of your business, but she will be persuaded that a life with me is her destiny." Angelina rolled her eyes. And of course, an intelligent woman like Marky Locke will roll over and say, "Of course. You had my fiancé murdered, yet I will still go along with what you say. Gosh, you're delusional." Brian had gone very quiet as he dressed, and now he turned to her, his eyes burning with rage. "You," he said, venom in his tone, "have no idea what real love is. Marley belongs to me. She knows it and will eventually admit it to herself. Or?" He smiled without humor. "Do I really need to answer that?" Angelina walked over to him, smoothing her hands over his chest. "No, but I'd like to hear it. What will you do to her if she turns you down?" Scanlon looked down at her. "I'll kill her, of course. What else would there be to do?" After Scanlon had left and her party guests had dissipated, Angelina drew a bath and soaked in it for an hour or so. She thought about what Scanlon had said and knew she understood his drive. River was always present in her thoughts, in every one of her actions. She remembered the first time she had seen him, just 15. Gosh, he was beautiful, dark shaggy curls, bright green eyes, and a tall, not quite mature physique. His father, Ludo, was a spectacular-looking man to be sure, but he paled in comparison to his son. Angelina had made sure she lulled Ludo into a false sense of security, had made him propose to her, just so she could be around River. And it had worked. The first time she'd seduced River, she hadn't shown how nervous she was. Threatening the boy into silence had been easier than expected. River adored his father and was terrified of disappointing him. It had made her plans so much easier. 2 years she had had unlimited access to the boy, then when he'd escaped to college he'd faked reasons to go see him. It was only when he'd reached maturity that he'd begun to fight back. He hadn't turned up to meetings when she ordered, or he'd ignored her calls. She'd taken to drugging Ludo and driving to catch River unawares, but he'd always eluded her. When Ludo had died, she'd known she had lost all hold on River. Ludo, somehow sensing that his new wife wasn't all she had said she was, had cut her out of the will entirely, leaving everything to River. Angelina, rich in her own right, hadn't cared about the money, but had been furious that now River had the means and the control to cut her out of his life entirely. And he'd wasted no time in doing so. But now he would be forced to see her. She would be magnanimous in her dealings with him, offering joint custody, or even just asking for visitation rights. She had already reached out to a realtor in that small Hicksville town he lived in to find a property. He wouldn't be able to cut her out of his life now, however hard he tried. It was so perfect she could laugh. Brian's words came back to her. If his obsession turned him down, he was prepared to kill her for it. Would she, Angelina, ever go that far? Yes. The answer came back to her straight away. But what a damn waste it would be. But if anyone else got in her way, River's girlfriend, that annoying housekeeper, or Luke Maslany, who hated her almost as much as River did, then yes, she would dispatch any of them without a second thought.
Chapter 13.
If River had thought Barry might be upset at about his and Sunday's relationship, he was very wrong. He told her over breakfast before Sunday arrived for the day, and Barry shrugged. I know. You love Sunday. River smiled. Well, we're just at the start of whatever it is we're doing, so love is. He trailed off. Yeah, screw it. Barry was right. He was in love with Sunday, had been from the beginning. Yes, I do. But I haven't told her that yet, and I'd like her to hear it from me, okay? Okay. Barry was busy pulling all the green loops out of her bowl of cereal. She swore they tasted nasty, even though both River and Carmen couldn't discern the difference. But you do. Mama said she could tell. She did. River was surprised. He hadn't thought he'd said too much about Sunday to Lindsay. You know, this doesn't mean I didn't care for your mommy. I know. You and Mommy loved each other, but you weren't in love. River grinned at his daughter. How did you get so smart, kiddo? Barry grinned at him, her mouth full of cereal, and he laughed. Children had never played into his life plan, but with Barry, he couldn't imagine being without her. Screw Angelina, she wasn't going to risk Barry's happiness for her own selfish means. He ruffled Barry's hair so dark and curly like his. Sweetie, you know Nana wants to see you. Barry nodded. Carmen said she was coming to see me. River sighed inwardly but nodded. She wants you to go live with her. Barry put down her spoon, and when she spoke, her voice was so small it broke River's heart. Don't you want me to live with you, Daddy? Of course I do. I'm just saying, Nana is asking if sometimes you can go and stay with her. You don't have to. This is your home, Barry, here with me and Carmen and Sunday too, someday I hope. Barry smiled, a look of relief on her face. But Nana wants me to visit her. River nodded. He really wanted to scream that no, Nana was just using her to get to him, but he didn't. Barry would not be exposed to Angelina's messed up plans if he had anything to do with it, but he had to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she really did care for Barry. It was impossible for River to fathom that anybody wouldn't want the adorable little girl in their life. Hey, gorgeous people. Sunday walked into the kitchen, and River's heart lifted. Just seeing her beautiful face was enough to make him happy these days. He kissed her on the mouth just briefly, but she looked surprised, cutting her eyes to Barry. River smiled. Barry thinks we make a lovely couple. Don't you, Barry? Barry nodded eagerly, and Sunday laughed, obviously relieved. You two have talked. Daddy is crazy for you, Barry said, then covered her mouth, thinking she had given away his secret. Sunday and River laughed, Sunday tickling the little girl and making her giggle. And I'm crazy about both of you. She pulled Barry onto her lap and smiled at River over her head. You know I'll never try to replace your mommy though, right? Barry nodded, not fazed by the question at all. I know. River poured Sunday a cup of coffee, offering her some breakfast. She thanked him for the drink but shook her head. I grabbed a Danish with Daisy this morning. I needed the sugar after last night. River grinned and kissed her. Damn right. You did, I swear, Barry hissed at him, and he laughed. Sorry, Pooh. Listen, what say we go out for the day? We could go up the mountain, or maybe to Telluride for shopping. Sunday and Barry looked at each other and said in unison, shopping. River shook his head in mock sadness. Women. Sunday helped Barry get dressed. Brushing the little girl's curls, she wondered at how easily this little person had fit into their lives here, and yet she herself had found a home here quickly too. Sunday. Yes, sweetie? Do you think you and Daddy will have a baby? Sunday felt tears prick her eyes. Well, I don't know, honey. I'd like a brother or sister. No, sister. Boys are horrible. Sunday chuckled. They grow up into nice people, though. Like Daddy. Not all of them ever nice, she shook the thought away. I suppose. Listen, Berber, your daddy and I are just beginning to figure all this out. There will be time to see if we want to have children together. Barry suddenly clung to her neck, and Sunday hugged her. I miss Mommy. I know, sweetheart, I'm so sorry. She held her tightly. I know she's watching over you, that she is with you all the time even if you can't see her. That she loves you more and more every day. Barry nodded, her little head bobbing against Sunday's chest. Sunday looked up to see River watching them. Their eyes met. I love you, he mouthed, his eyes intense, and Sunday smiled. I love you too. She knew the truth of it, and in that moment it seemed more than right to speak it. River drove them into Telluride, and they enjoyed a morning of walking around the stores, even the tacky tourist spots. Barry consumed far too much sugar, and Sunday teased River about it. You'll never get her to sleep now. Oh, ye of little faith. I'll just tell her one of my interminable stories about the history of painting. That'll do it. Sunday pretended to agree. Ah yeah, that'll do it all right. River grinned and dipped his finger into the ice cream sundae in front of him. He smeared a glob of cream on her nose. Barry burst out laughing, and Sunday tried to lick it off but couldn't reach with her tongue. Silly Daddy, Barry said, and with Sunday's help, drew a heart in syrup on River's cheek. River looked at Sunday, his eyes dancing. Do we let her get away with that? Oh, no way, Sunday laughed, and with Barry shrieking with laughter, they covered the little girl's face with syrup and sprinkles, making the other patrons laugh at them. Look at us. River was shaking his head, trying to clean himself and Barry up. We're walking works of art. Sunday lifted Barry into her arms. I'll take her to the bathroom. River wiped the rest of the syrup from his face as his phone chirped with a text message. His smile faded as he read it. Damn it. When Sunday came back from the bathroom, her smile faded when she saw his expression. What is it? He caught his eyes at Barry and shook his head. In the car on the way back home, he waited until Barry had fallen asleep before he spoke. Angelina is coming to town on Friday to talk. Christ. Yeah. He glanced at her. Listen, I've been thinking. I don't want to risk her recognizing you. If you two have a beef, then she'll think nothing about revealing where you are to the whole world, and there's no way I'll allow that. Your life isn't up for negotiation in this. So what are you saying? When Angelina's here, I'll deal with her. I'll allow visitation with Barry, supervised, but that's as far as I'm willing to go. For Barry's sake. But I want you out of the way. Don't come to the house, don't engage with her. Sunday was silent for a time, and River reached his hand over and took hers. You know I'm right. I wanted to help you. I know, baby, but you still can. Research anything you can that we can use against her if it goes to court. He sighed. I know what she wants, of course, but she's no going to get it. She wants you. He nodded. But I'm not available. He grinned ruefully. Not that I ever was to her. Not since, you know. Sunday touched his face. If she even tries anything. Oh, she will, but I'm a different person now. A man. A man who will shut that shit down the moment she starts. Don't be alone with her. Have Carmen or Luke there. If I can. Listen, will you stay tonight? Sunday nodded. I will. Now that Barry knows about us, I will. He lifted her hand and kissed it. Thank you. Just knowing you have my back gives me great strength, baby. Angelina won't get her own way this time.
Chapter 14.
By the time Barry was fast asleep, Sunday and River were exhausted but happy to be together. River drew them a hot bath and they shared the tub together, stroking each other's skin, kissing. His curls were sticking to his face and she swept them back with her fingers. "Gosh, you're handsome, Signore Giotto." He grinned. "Listen, when this crap with Angelina is out of the way, I'd like us to take a vacation together. Italy. I own a place in Tuscany. Sun, nature, and plenty of room for Barry to play, while I take advantage of her stepmom in the olive groves." "Haha, that's just poor parenting," she giggled. She asked me if we thought about having children. I told it was way too early for that. River considered. "Do you want kids?" The truth? I never even thought about it. With Corey, we had plans to travel the world, and to be honest, we didn't plan anything further than that. Looking back now, I don't know why. Weirdly, it felt like we were racing against time, and it turned out we were. Sunday nodded. "The night he died. Gosh, it was so quick, so final. He, the killer said my name. I thought it was a fan. Sometimes they used to hang out outside the studio to say hi or grab a selfie. I was smiling at him when he shot Corey. Smiling. Gosh." She closed her eyes, remembering. I just remember Corey's chest exploding, blood everywhere in my eyes, and instead of screaming, I got mad. I went for the gun and he shot me. I still managed to scratch the crap out of him, but it didn't do any good. They never found him. River's arms tightened around her. "But you were hurt." "The bullet missed my vital organs, but I lost a lot of blood. And they couldn't get the bullet out, it still lodged in my spine." His fingers were immediately stroking the small of her back, and she smiled at him. "So it's always fun times going through airport security. I hate the thought of you being hurt. We all have been hurt, whether it's physical or emotional. The main thing is, I got through it. You got through yours. And we're together. I love you, River. As I love you, baby. You are the first woman I have ever loved, romantically, I mean. And more than that, you are the first woman since my mom who I trust completely. Don't tell Carmen that." Sunday smiled at him, but his eyes were serious. "Carmen is Carmen. She's like my surrogate mother. Sometimes I forget she isn't my mom. But you know what I mean. With my heart. I trust you with my heart." Sunday felt tearful. "And I trust you with my life. If you need me, when Angelina is here, I'm there, baby. Screw everything else. I'm with you. I'm looking forward to waking up with you." "Me too." River soon fell asleep, but Sunday couldn't manage to drift off. She lay in his arms until she was sure he was fast asleep, then slipped out of bed. Maybe if she read a while, she'd be able to go to sleep. The house was so quiet at night. Outside the moon was full, and it cast a blue light throughout the house. The lake outside was as still as glass. Sunday went to her office and picked up one of Ludovico Giotto's diaries. Snapping on a small reading light, she pushed her glasses into her nose and began to read. It wasn't until an hour later when she realized. Suddenly she knew why River had wanted his father's diaries transcribed. He wanted to know. He wanted to know if his father had known what Angelina did to his son. "Oh, please no." Sunday shook her head, scared at the weight of expectation she suddenly felt. If Ludo had known. Should she lie? If it came to it, was it better for River to believe his father was ignorant of it all, even if he wasn't? Damn. She ran her hands over her eyes. What should she do? She felt faintly nauseous and shoved the diary back onto the desk and shut off the lamp. She walked to the kitchen, grabbing a glass of ice water. She drained in, then closed her eyes. Outside of the house, the man clicked off another few shots of the sleeping couple. The shots would be dark, but he couldn't risk using his flash. Luckily for him, the bright moon illuminated the sleeping lovers, and he managed to get shots of their faces. Later, back at the motel, he sent them through to his client. A few minutes later, a bank transfer was issued in payment. A brief email told him, "Great job." And that was that. In New York, Angelina Marshall started to laugh as she looked at the photographs, and she picked up her cell phone and called Scanlon. He wasn't pleased about being woken. "What could you possibly want at this hour, Angelina?" "Oh, I think you're going to want to speak to me much more nicely than that," she purred, victorious. "You're never going to guess who River Giotto's new paramour is."
Chapter 15.
A few days later, and Sunday kissed River goodbye as she prepared to hunker down in her apartment for the next few days. "You promise if you need me, you'll call." "I swear to God." "Christ, I'm going to miss you." He tangled her hair up in his fist and studied her. "Don't go falling for anyone else." "Ah." She nuzzled her nose against his. "Don't let her get to you." River smiled. "I won't." Sunday hated leaving him alone. She had packed a few of Ludo's diaries into a bag and planned to spend the next few days working. But as she dumped her bag in her cold apartment, she felt the need to go out and distract herself from what was happening at the castle. She went over to Daisy's coffee house to see her friend. She was surprised to see her chatting to Tony, the young snowboarder, and Sunday quickly realized that her friend and the newcomer were casually dating. Good. It saved any awkward flirting. "How are you doing?" "I'm sorry I haven't been around for a few days." Daisy grinned at her. "Dude, it's all right. I know you and River are pretty loved up." "You do." "Nothing stays secret here for long. I think it's wonderful, and listen, even Arya doesn't seem too pissy about it." Sunday rolled her eyes. "I'm glad. I could do without another enemy." Too late she realized what she had said. "I mean, a jealous ex." She smiled at Tony. "So, you two getting to know each other?" "She's great, although I have trouble with the accent sometimes. She put in a good word with her dad for me up at the ski place, got me a job." "I'm glad to hear it." She sipped her coffee, then wondered why Tony was staring at her. "Something wrong?" "Nah, it's just you really remind me of someone." Sunday's stomach gave a lurch of unease. "Oh. You ever been on television?" She forced a smile. "Nope." "Huh." Change the subject. "So what job have they got you doing up at the ski place?" She didn't really listen to what he was saying, jolted by his possible recognition of her. It made her feel sick to her stomach, and she realized how much River was giving up to protect her. The least she could do was stay out of sight. She finished her coffee and made her excuses, but as she made her way to the door it opened, and Sunday's breath froze in her chest. Angelina had arrived. Angelina looked straight at her, but in her eyes there was no recognition. Behind Angelina, a tall, handsome man with piercing blue eyes stood. "Excuse me, please," Sunday muttered as she moved past them and out of the door. "Thank you," she said to the man who smiled down at her. "My pleasure." She escaped across the street and locked her apartment door behind her. She hadn't realized that seeing a part of her past life would upset her so much, even without the obvious horror that Angelina had wreaked on River's life. Sunday felt anger, resentment, fear, and distress all at once, and now she was glad she was alone so that she could cry and rat and get all of the pent-up pain out. She cried herself out, then took a shower, a headache pounding around her temples. She decided she would not work today, but took a long nap, waking just to eat some quick pasta, then fell asleep again. She woke fuzzy-headed when her cell phone buzzed. She smiled when she saw who was calling. "Hey, baby." "Hey, pretty girl." River sounded calm. "I miss you." "Me too, my darling." She hesitated. "Have you seen her?" River sighed. "Yes, and I don't quite know what to make of her visit." Sunday sat up. "How so?" "Well, for one thing, she brought her fiancé. Skank is getting married. Poor guy." Sunday heard the amusement in River's voice and was glad that he hadn't been upset. "What did she say about Barry?" "She wants visitation. I told her okay, but on certain conditions." Like she gets supervised visits. She doesn't relocate here. She doesn't expect me to be there, but someone will always come with Barry. He sighed. I might have pushed it a little far when I told her to hand over her passport whenever she visits Barry. Sunday snorted. With Angelina, nothing is pushing it. She hesitated. She saw me. I went to Daisy's to grab some coffee and she came in. She looked right at me and I swear, River, there was nothing. She has no idea. River groaned. Don't say things like that. We can't get complacent. Did you recognize the man with her? Not at all. Who is he? Some property guy from New York. If Angelina's marrying him, he must be rich. Brian Scanlon. Are you sure you don't know him? Doesn't ring a bell. I'll do some research. That's my girl. He sighed. Is it weird that I worry about you being alone there? You shouldn't. I'm perfectly safe, baby. It's only for a couple of days, then I'll be back. Yeah, I know. River was quiet for a moment, and Sunday felt for him. Was it painful? Yes. Just seeing her. I thought I'd lose it, tear her limb from limb, but I think that's why she brought the fiancé. What did you make of him? Charming. Fake as hell. Good match. Sunday laughed. I love you. I love you too, sweetheart. They talked for a little while longer, then said good night. Sunday felt a pang of loneliness, listening to the quiet of the apartment. She went to the kitchen and grabbed some aspirin. Maybe I slept too long. Her eyes felt puffy from crying. She made some strong coffee and fired up her laptop, typing Brian Scanlon into the search engine. The top result was a professional website for Scanlon Properties, a high-end property firm in Manhattan. She clicked through the site until she got to the page about the owner. Brian Scanlon, 42, unmarried, was a self-made man, rich beyond belief thanks to a savvy business mind, handsome in a bland way. Ruthless in industry, he was a fixture of the Upper East Side society set. Then how come I've never heard of you? Sunday muttered to herself. River was right. There was something hinky about this dude. She did a deep web search on his name, but could only come up with the basic facts she already knew. No one is this anonymous, especially someone as rich as you, Mr. Scanlon. Her journalistic curiosity was piqued now. If he was in a relationship with a viper like Angelina, there had to be something in it for him. Okay, so Angelina was supposedly considered beautiful, but her vile nature precluded anyone with an ounce of humanity being with her, surely. Sunday sighed. Was she being unfair? No. She hated Angelina with the fury of 1,000 suns, and anyone involved with her had to be bad. If you mess with my man Scanlon, you are dead meat. Like she could do anything about it. Scanlon, the little she'd seen of him, was a big guy. She shut down her computer and went to bed, making sure the door to the apartment was locked. River's warning had made her nervous after all.
Chapter 16.
We have to relocate you. Sunday closed her eyes. No. Sam, no. She heard his sigh on the other end of the burner phone. Sunday, I can't make you do anything. But if your stalker has found you, your life is in danger. I can't leave, Sam. I have a life here, commitments, someone I love. People I love. You had the same in New York. With his words, she realized that no, this wasn't the same. No. It wasn't the same in New York. I didn't realize it then, but my life there ended when Corey died. I was clinging to nothing. Here, my life really began. You know we can't guarantee to protect you. I mean, we'll work with local law enforcement to track this guy down, but staying there, you're a sitting target. I know. I'll get through this, Sam. I need to face him. Do you know how to use a gun? No, but I can learn. My partner has one in his home. Have you told him about the note? Not yet. Sunday felt guilty. I wanted to talk to you first, before I dump this on him. He knows about you. Yes. It's a serious relationship, Sam. It's River Giotto. Ah. Well, the man knows about security, from what I hear. Sunday didn't say anything. She could tell Sam was worried. Look, maybe I should reveal myself, call this guy out. Tell him to come for me. Get this over with. And if he kills you? If he kills me, he kills me. At least it will be over. Her voice broke, belying her strong words. I cannot live like this anymore. Okay, sweetheart. Look, is there anyone new in town? A stranger to everyone? A couple. One snowboarding dude, and a guy who's big in property in New York. Who's the last? Brian Scanlon? Ah, yes. Sunday felt her heart lurch. You've heard of him? Not many people in NYC haven't. And no, he's not a person of interest. So, who's the other guy? She told him about Tony, and he told her he'd make some inquiries. For now, keep out of his way. Just in case. Can you stay at Rivers? She sighed. I guess now that the secret is kind of out, yes. His ex-stepmother is Angelina Marshall. She's in town. That viper. Sunday smiled gratefully. Oh, what I'd give for her to be arrested for something. Anything. Yeah, she's a piece of work, all right. For a second, Sunday contemplated telling Sam about Angelina and River, but it wasn't her story to tell. I'll go to River's house. Good. And for the love of God, take care of yourself. Keep this phone close. I call you. Thank you, Sam. She called River straight away, and he made her promise to stay inside with the door locked. I'm coming to get you. Pack all your stuff, you're moving in with me. The feminist in her rankled, but the lover in her loved his masterful words, and she told him. He didn't laugh. I can't make jokes while your life is in danger, baby. He was there in less than 20 minutes. She let him in, and he pulled her into his arms. She realized he was trembling. I'm so angry, baby. I should never have let you be alone. I don't know how he found me. She leaned against him, feeling only relief that he was there. But it's time to finish this, once and for all. River let her go and studied her. You think I'll let you use yourself as bait? No, and that's not what I mean. I mean I'm done running. You are my life and my life is here in Rockford. She saw the admiration as well as the fear in his eyes. Then we'll face it together. River kissed her. You bet we will. Barry ran up to her and threw her little body into Sunday's arms. Sunny. Sunday giggled and swung her around. My new name? River was hiding a smile. Tell Sunny why you want to call her that. Well, Barry began, you're Sunday, but also like a mommy, so I figured I would call you Sunny. Sunday was moved to tears, and she cleared her throat before answering. I love it, Barry, and I love you too. Barry smiled in delight, burying her face in Sunday's neck. Sunday held her tightly. River watched them, a smile on his face. Family was all he said, and she nodded. River told her that Angelina would be coming by later to see Barry. Sunday nodded. Well, I'll be there. I'm not hiding anymore. River didn't look happy, but he had to agree. I'm arranging security around this place, and please, honey, until he's caught, don't go out on your own. She told him what Sam said, and he nodded. Yeah, I wondered about that kid. You think it might be him? That's the thing. I don't. I mean, he said he recognized me the other day, asked me if I had ever been on TV. He seems so guileless, and Daisy likes him a lot. I hope it's nothing. River nodded. Maybe, no. What? We could ask Aria to keep an eye on him. For Daisy's sake, she'd do it, I'm sure. Sunday was skeptical. It's just, can we trust her? She's not exactly the biggest fan of either of us. To protect Daisy, yes, she would. Say what you like about Aria and her prima donna ways, but she adores Daisy. Sunday nodded. Okay. River stroked her hair. Are you ready to face Angelina? Sunday smiled back at him. I'll try not to rip her face off, if that's what you mean. I love your fire. He hesitated for a moment. Say no biggie, but did you? I haven't gotten to that part of your father's diaries yet, she told him gently, and he shrugged sheepishly. I shouldn't even ask with everything that's going on. It just would help when dealing with her. Is she still being, whatever it is she thinks she's doing? Not so much with the fiancé around, but when he steps out, yeah. She made it clear I could make this all go away if I were to. I can't even say the words. Sunday put her arms around his neck. Listen, while we're dealing with her, let's give her a taste of her own medicine. I'll make myself known if she doesn't recognize me this time, and I'll tell her I'm here on a deep cover assignment. A historical case, a story about the child of a rich man. It won't be true, but it'll give her pause. She shook her head. Every time I think about it, I want to kill her, and to think she had the nerve to want to be in Barry's life. Hey, breathe, River said, then chuckled. I guess we both could kill for the other. Sunday nodded. I would die for you, River. And Barry. River took a deep breath in. I feel the same, but neither of us is dying for anyone. This is our family now, and there's nothing I won't do to protect it. Nothing.
Chapter 17.
They decide to give Angelina a little shock. Sunday would wait until Angelina was settled, talking to Barry and River, before making herself known. I cannot wait to see the look on her face. River chuckled. I love the mischief in you. Sunday grinned at him. Now I have a semi. Bat it down, player. Sunday marveled at their ability to joke around in the face of what was about to happen, but she had learned that it was their way. Losing your ability to see color, and you're an artist? Joke about it. Kid around. Stalked by a maniac? Act like you don't give a rat's ass. But it was in their hands clasping, the touching of their bodies, the meeting of their gazes, that everything was said. You are mine, and I will die to protect you. Sunday saw that in River's eyes now, and hoped he could see it in hers. Carmen came to find them. Vampira's here. Sunday snorted, and she felt River relax slightly. Who's Vampira? Barry came into the room, and Carmel made a face. Vampira is Carmen's pet name for Angelina. River picked his daughter up. Because she's not a nice person. Sunday was surprised at River's honesty. But you shouldn't tell Angelina that Carmen calls her that, she said hurriedly. Barry shrugged. Okay. Sunday went to wait out of sight, while Carmen took Barry back to her bedroom. The first time she heard Angelina's voice, she felt white-hot rage. How dare this woman keep intruding on River's life like this, after what she had done? She heard the voice of Brian Scanlon, greeting River politely. Who was this dude? She waited until they sat, and then she heard River speak. So, after our last discussion, I should let you know things have changed. I will be applying for full custody of Barry, and I will ask the judge to issue a lifelong restraining order against you. You will never see her again. There was a stunned silence. This is not what we discussed. No, but it's what I've decided, Angelina. There is no way I will let a pedophile have access to my child. Are you crazy? Unseen, Sunday made a victory salute with her hand. Go get her, baby. She heard Scanlon clear his throat. I'm sorry, I don't know what he's talking about, Angelina. I'm on. What he's talking about, Mr. Scanlon, she said, coming into the room, is that your fiancée, Ms. Marshall here, took advantage of River. She abused him, verbally and emotionally, making his life hell. She looked at Angelina, who was staring at her in hatred. Hello, Angelina, how absolutely horrific to see you again. Angelina's lip curled. My God. Marley Locke. She didn't seem surprised. Brian Scanlon blinked. I'm sorry, who is this woman? My name now is Sunday Kemp, Mr. Scanlon, but before I was Marley Locke, a journalist and news anchor in New York. And Ms. Marshall and I have history. I've been working deep cover to get Mr. Giotto's story about you, Angelina, and believe me, the evidence is incontrovertible. We have written testimony from his father and some of the staff Ludo employed, and we'll be handing it over to the authorities." She squeezed River's shoulder, hoping he would know she was making this up. "You're finished, Angelina," she said, her voice like steel. "We've already handed the evidence over to the police. I expect you'll be arrested when you return to New York." Angelina was shaking, clearly rattled. "You think you coming here for my son? Not your son. Not ever your son." River stood now, his height imposing. Even Scanlon couldn't match it. River's rage was white-hot as he stepped towards Angelina, who skittered to her feet and backed off. "You hurt me. You really think I would ever let you near my child? And don't paint yourself as a victim, although I know that's your favorite position. Our Lady of Perpetual Victimhood. You're scum, Angelina." He looked at Scanlon. "I don't know your deal, but run. Get out. Get away from her. She will suck the life out of you." "Angelina, I think we should go." Scanlon gripped Angelina's arm, but she ripped it away and lunged for Sunday. Sunday was ready for the attack, and deftly sidestepped Angelina, kicking out the back of her knee and sending her sprawling on the floor. Angelina scrambled to her feet and tried again, but Sunday, who was ready for a fight, waved her on. "Bring it. River can't hit a woman, but I sure as hell can. Give me the pleasure, Angelina." "That won't be necessary, Miss Kemp." Scanlon seemed rattled. He hoisted Angelina to her feet and nodded at River. "Forgive me, Mr. Giotto. I had no idea." Angelina made a disgusted noise, but Scanlon practically dragged her from the house. Angelina was still screaming as Scanlon pushed her into the car. Sunday and River watched them drive away, and then looked at each other. "Did that just happen?" River said incredulously, and Sunday busted out laughing. "It sure did, cowboy. You nailed her. You nailed her. Gosh, that was so hot." Sunday kissed him. "Come show me how hot." "Ahem," said Carmen, a grin on her face, returning with Barry. "Children present." She looked at River, who swept his daughter up into his arms. Barry kissed his cheek. Carmen put her hand on his arm. "You all right?" "I am," he said. "I told her. I fought her. I feel better." Carmen and Sunday both grinned at him. Sunday had tears in her eyes. "Never been prouder. Why don't I make us all some lunch? Any preference?" Carmen asked, the grin on her face showing she knew what they would all say. "Pizza. Pizza." Carmen chuckled. "Come on then." River took Sunday's hand as they followed Carmen back to the kitchen. "Thank you, baby, for being there for me." Sunday smiled up at him, her eyes full of love. "Anytime, gorgeous man. Anytime." Angelina didn't stop screaming at him the whole drive away from River Giotto's place, and finally, sick of her shrill voice, Scanlon cold-cocked her with a punch to the temple. Her head made a satisfying crack as it bounced off the side window, and finally, she was silent. Scanlon sighed with relief. He wanted to think about Marley, about how she hadn't a clue who he was, what he was to her life. How beautiful she looked. Her hair back to its natural chocolate brown, her big dark eyes, that full pink mouth. He was surprised she hadn't looked more scared, that she had been so open about who she really was. If she had come here to start a new life, well, clearly she was sleeping with River Giotto. No matter. Let her think she was happy. Scanlon drove out into the mountains and parked at an overlook. He stared out at the snow-covered ground. What now? Angelina hadn't told him about her and Giotto, and he marveled at her stupidity in trying to go up against him. So he had lost his in with them, or had he? He looked at the unconscious woman in the seat next to him. Angelina knew his secret, but if he ended up dead now, he would be the first to be arrested. That didn't mean he couldn't threaten her if she attempted to break her silence. He would have to tread carefully. All he cared about was getting Marley, Sunday, into his life and away from Giotto. Maybe if he promised Angelina she would get River back when he took Sunday away. Of course, he would never let that happen. He would kill Giotto, frame Angelina, and leave her to the consequences while he began his life properly with the woman he loved. He wasn't stupid enough to believe Sunday would fall for him straight away. She would be too busy grieving for her dead Italian bastard, but slowly she would realize his death meant she would finally be where she belonged. Scanlon had abandoned his first plan of taking her to his upstate New York compound. No. He would have to take her out of the country, somewhere the FBI couldn't find them. He bought an island, a tiny private place in the Leeward Islands. Somewhere she had no chance of escaping him. Somewhere, if it came to it, her murder would go unnoticed, her body undiscovered. Angelina gave a groan, and he waited until she opened her eyes and focused on him before he smiled at her. "Wakey, wakey, Angelina. I have some good news for you."
Chapter 18.
Sunday ran her hands down River's body as they showered together the next morning. He grinned down at her, water dripping from his dark curls, water droplets in his long, thick eyelashes. Sunday kissed him. "I love you." Her words were simple, but she meant them with her whole heart. It was strange. Despite the threat to her safety, there was a peace in her heart with this man. She truly belonged here with him, and nothing was going to break that. River drew her close. "Listen, we talked about going away. Why don't we just go? Before Barry starts school again, before the summer and everyone is taking their vacation." She leaned into his solid, muscular body. "Let's do it. Italy." She loved the hope and the excitement in his eyes. "I would love that so much, baby. I want to see where you call home." So, after a few days of organization, the three of them flew to Italy. River's villa was just outside Siena, and they drove through the hills. Barry exclaimed excitedly at the lines of cypress trees in the secluded rustic villas. River drove up a small hill to his own villa, and as he glanced at Sunday to see her reaction, he saw that her eyes were full of tears. She smiled back at him. "It's so beautiful, darling." He followed Sunday and Barry as they explored the villa, its white-painted rooms, cool tiled floors, and comfortable furniture. "I have someone who does the housekeeping for me, and a gardener, but I love to come here and just be alone. Now I have a family to bring here." He smiled at Sunday and went to open the shutters on the windows of the main room, a large open-plan living space which opened out on one side onto a veranda overlooking the valley. Barry exclaimed with excitement at the sight of the pool. "Hey, shall we all get changed and take a dip?" "I could do with a cool-down," River asked his daughter, who nodded eagerly. He raised his eyebrows at Sunday, who grinned. "Let's do it." River and Barry beat Sunday out to the pool, and when she finally emerged, she saw the admiration in River's eyes as she walked down to the pool, her already caramel skin glowing in the white bikini. "Wow," River said, and Sunday grinned at his obvious lust. She stepped into the water and swam over to him. They played games with Barry in the pool, Sunday and her ganging up against River until he complained, laughing. Later, Sunday and River cooked a simple meal of roast chicken, and they all sat out on the veranda as dusk settled over the valley. After Sunday had put a sleeping Barry to bed, she came back out to find River opening a bottle of wine for them. He offered her his hand and she took it, sitting on his lap, and he drew her close. They sat in companionable silence for a while, and Sunday saw him gazing out at the scenery, eyes slightly squinted, and knew what he was testing. "Baby?" He sighed, nodding. "Yes. The colors are different to how I remember them. It's like I've spilled water onto paint, and the color saturation is faded. Damn it." Sunday covered his eyes with her hand. "Close them," she ordered, and he obeyed. "Now, River Giotto, you know what, say, Hooker's Green looks like. See it in your mind." She waited until he nodded. "Now open your eyes and look at that cypress tree at the edge of your property. See it with that hue you can see in your mind's eye. See it." River concentrated, and she could see he was struggling. "Baby, remember how you first learned to draw. See it now as how you've been taught it looks, but rather how your imagination sees it. Light and shade. See the hue." She watched as his bright green eyes focused and unfocused as he tried to see it her way. "Any luck?" There was a faint smile on his face. Almost, and I can see where you're going. It'll take practice. Anything worth doing will. This is the reality. You have a condition for which there is no cure. So we'll have to learn to see the world differently. Your art will evolve, perhaps not in the way you had foreseen it, but it will evolve. It's part of you. River was looking at her, his eyes intense, and he crushed his lips against hers as she finished speaking. We, he said with feeling, you said we will have to see the world differently. Gosh, Sunday Kemp, have you any idea how much I love you? She clung to him. Show me. He lowered her down to the cool tile of the veranda, covering her body with his. He stroked the hair away from her face. You look even more beautiful in a Tuscan sunset. Sunday grinned at him. Coming from anyone else, that would be cheesy, but from you. I'll take it. River chuckled. Good. River's hand splayed on her belly, his lips against her shoulder. Sunday gazed out over the valley. It's unbelievably perfect here. She grinned at him. Let's just stay here. Done, he laughed and sighed. But seriously, as much as I love it here, we have to go back. Luke's there, Carmen, and Barry has school. I know, it's a pipe dream. She sighed. And I still have to face whoever is stalking me. I hate to admit it, but yes. We cannot have that hanging over our heads, especially with Barry. Sunday chewed her lip. You know, if it came down to it, I would never put you and Barry in danger. I couldn't bear that. Whatever this is, it's between me and the psycho nutjob who killed Corey. It's my fight. Our fight. We, remember. Always we. She kissed him. Let's just enjoy this vacation. Carrying their clothes, they walked hand in hand to their bedroom, where they made love again and then fell asleep, wrapped in each other's arms. At 3 a.m., in the blue moonlight of early morning, River slipped from the bed and put on his jeans. He padded through the silent house, checking in on his sleeping daughter as he did. He stepped out into the cool night and drew in a lungful of breath. A movement caught the corner of his eye, and he looked to see the dark-clothed man approaching him. FBI agent Sam Duarte nodded at River. Mr. Giotto. River gave a wan smile. Sam, call me River, will you? You're here at all hours protecting my family. I think it's right we know each other's first names. Sam smiled, but then it faded. Does she know? River shook his head. No. She thinks we're here alone, and I want it to stay that way. For these 2 weeks is all I ask. Sunday's had too long being watched by this jerk, and forgive me by you. I want her to think she's free. He sighed. Any news from Rockford? We've looked into Scanlon and Merchant. Scanlon's a pretty big deal in New York. It would be hard for him, given his visibility, to orchestrate that kind of campaign without there being some weak link in his armor, someone who would give him away. Marshawn, he may look like a surfer dude, but he's hiding something. He's rich, and we're talking could buy Bill Gates 3 times over rich. Tony? River was astounded. I'm assuming family money. Some, but mostly he's a self-made man. Older than he looks too, and here's the kicker. He says he's from the Pacific Northwest. He was born there, but guess where he was for the last 5 years? In New York, River said, his heart sinking. Sam nodded. You got it, and there's more. His apartment. 3 blocks from Marley's Sorry Sundays. Shit. Anything tying him to her? Not that we've come up with yet. He's still in Rockford, still dating that sweet girl from the coffee house. Gosh, Daisy. Sam? It's okay. We have people looking out for the kid. Her sister, though, is a loose cannon. No one has seen her for a couple of days. Shit. But I have to tell you, Arya does that. She likes to play mind games, especially if she thinks she's not getting any attention. Noted. Your ex-step-monster is still in town with her paramour, but there's a rumor the engagement is off. River frowned. Then why are they still in town? Scanlon apparently is in talks to buy the resort. Seems he likes the place. River shook his head. More fool him. You say he's broken things off with Angelina? Apparently. Look, we've looked into the guy, and he appears clean. Are you sure they are the only two newcomers to town? As far as I know. Daisy said she'd put the word around, find out if there are any others, but it's a resort town. Season is ending, but we still get a lot of hikers and climbers. It'll be impossible to vet everyone. Just let us know anyone who Sunday comes into contact with, or anyone acting suspiciously. I will, and thank you, Sam. I cannot thank you enough. Sam nodded. Just take care of her and don't worry. You're safe here. River went back inside and to the bedroom. He took off his jeans and slid back into bed. Sunday murmured and snuggled up to him. River kissed the top of her head but couldn't get back to sleep, his dreams racked by horrific nightmares lately. The thought of someone hurting Sunday, of taking her away from him, had been a worse pain than Angelina's treatment of him, and he knew that since meeting Sunday, he had become a different person. A man he hoped his beloved parents would have been proud of. He knew now that being with Sunday, and them being parents to his daughter, he had found his true home. When Sunday had asked if they could live here, it had been on the tip of his tongue to say yes, but he knew they had to go back to Colorado to face and to beat her stalker. He couldn't live with knowing that at any moment, she could be taken away from him. That was not acceptable. So he had called Sam Duarte, and between them, they'd figured out a plan to keep Sunday and Barry safe and happy. For now, that would have to satisfy him, but he knew without a shadow of a doubt that he would do anything, to protect the woman he loved, even if it meant killing another person.
Chapter 19.
Sunday knew that the last 2 weeks in the beauty of Tuscany would be a time she never, ever forgot. In every way, it had been perfect, and now that they were back in Colorado, she felt a new strength in her. This was her home, this was her family, and she would fight until her last breath to keep them. A week after their return, Barry had started her new school and was loving it. River was back working in his studio, and Sunday was continuing her work on Ludo's diaries. As she worked one morning, she heard Carmen calling her and River. "You have a visitor," she said in a low voice. "It's that man who came with Angelina. He says he wants to talk to both of you. I can ask him to leave if you want." River shook his head. "No, I want to hear what he's got to say." Brian Scanlon shook both of their hands. "Mr. Giotto, Miss Kemp, thank you for seeing me." "What can we do for you, Mr. Scanlon?" River's voice was even, but Sunday could feel the tension rolling off of him. "I wanted to come see you, to tell you that I am deeply sorry for bringing Angelina here. I had no idea of your shared history, and I also wanted you to know that I have broken off our engagement. What you do with your life is none of our concern, Mr. Scanlon." "Brian, please. And all I'm saying is, you shouldn't worry that she will be in town. I personally took her to the airport last night. It's just, I myself will be in town for the foreseeable future." He smiled. "I cannot resist a business opportunity, and the resort here is remarkable but underrun. I hope to restore it." Sunday was watching him. "Mr. Scanlon, may I ask you a question?" "Of course." "It's just, I was an investigative journalist in New York for a few years, and yet I have never heard of you. How is that?" Brian Scanlon smiled. "You would probably have heard of my father, Dmitry Laskus. Laskus Property." Sunday was surprised. "Of course. I met him on a few occasions." "He's your father?" Brian nodded. "You're wondering about the name? Truth is, I was born out of wedlock, and I had never met my father until a few years ago. He took me under his wing and I worked anonymously for him, undercover, so that I would not be treated as if I had only acquired my position by dint of nepotism. It was my idea, and I think he respected me more for it. A year ago, he returned and passed his business to me on one condition. I renamed the business in my name. He felt I had earned it." Sunday nodded, slightly taken aback by his honesty. She looked at River and saw he was less impressed with their visitor. So you've broken things off with Angelina? I have. I can't believe I was taken in by her. He shook his head. Maybe I was too focused on the business and was taken in by her beauty. His blue eyes were serious as he looked at River. I just didn't want to be tainted by association, is all. If the deal on the ski resort goes through, then I'll be spending some time here, and I didn't want to start off on a bad footing. Fine. River stood up and offered Scanlon his hand. You made the right decision for yourself as well as us. She's a vicious, soul-sucking aberration of a human. Scanlon half smiled. I guess that's just about the worst recommendation a person can have. I wish I had known at the beginning. He looked at Sunday and smiled at her. We can't all have your luck, Mr. Giotto. After he'd gone, Sunday waited for River to say something, but he seemed preoccupied. She went to him, and he wrapped his arms around her. After a time, he mumbled something into her hair. I'm sorry, baby, I didn't get that. He released her and looked down at her, his eyes troubled. My dad's diaries. I know what you told Angelina, but I lied to her. I haven't read anything that would indicate that he knew about the abuse. In fact, he rarely talks about her at all. He talks about your mother and you and Luke, actually. He liked Luke a lot. River's shoulders relaxed. He did. You know what? I feel as if Luke and I have drifted apart, and a lot of that has had to do with my sight. He thinks I blame him because he can't do anything. I don't. Tell him that, Sunday said, glad of the change of subject. We should get him to come over for dinner. Daisy too, she added, and River grinned. Are you matchmaking? Because last I heard Daisy was dating your surfer friend. She wrinkled her nose. Something about that guy. I'm surprised. You seemed to like him okay when you first met. Haha, jealous boy. They both laughed, but Sunday shrugged. I guess, given everything, I just don't trust him. He might be fine, innocent as the day is long, but he's a stranger to town and he arrived just before the note. So did Scanlon. What do you think of him? Sunday considered. Obviously, points against him for being with the skank in the first place, and yes, I think it's a little weird he's suddenly interested in buying the ski resort, but I'm not a property developer. He seemed genuine just now. I thought so too, except. River shook his head. I don't know. There's just something? He sighed. It's probably just the fact he was with her. I don't have a reasonable head-on when it comes to Angelina Marshall. Baby, that's understandable. She hugged him. Anyway, let's change the subject. We've talked enough about Brian Scanlon and that woman. Brian threw his jacket over the chair, ignoring Angelina. She was smoking, her lunch left uneaten on the table. Did you see them? I did. They think you've gone back to New York. I might as well rather than be stuck here in this damn motel room. You might have booked me a decent hotel. Where you could be recognized. Here it's cash only and they leave you alone. Angelina made a disgusted noise, and Brian couldn't really blame her. The motel room was gross, the bedspread probably seething with bacteria. But it was the only way to keep her close and unseen. He had no intention of letting her go back to New York. She was too much of a loose cannon for that. Besides, while he was dangling the promise of River over her, she would do what he wanted. So, she said now, crushing her cigarette out. What do you think will happen? Why on earth would anyone leave River Giotto for you? Brian smiled, not rising to the bait. Really, Angelina, what makes you think I'm going to give her a choice in the matter? He met her gaze and was gratified to see her shiver. Yes, she got it. He was the one with all the power here. A lack of conscience would do that. And what will you do to her when she fights you? Angelina looked hopeful, and Scanlon decided to throw her a bone. Sunday will learn to do as I want, when I want, how I want, or her life will be ended in the most painful way you can imagine. Slowly. Intimately. That got Angelina. She smiled cat-like and sidled over to him. Tell me, she said huskily, rubbing her groin against him. Describe how you'll kill her. Brian smiled and for the next few minutes as he described the death he had planned for Sunday. Not that she cared. She was too turned on by his bloodlust. Tell me, she said afterward as they tidied themselves up, why her? When did you see her? When did you decide you wanted her? On my wedding day, she smiled nastily. He is, so beautiful. Who wouldn't want him? Those eyes, those dark lashes, that body. His mouth. Brian looked disgusted and Angelina laughed. You have the nerve to judge me when you've just finished describing what you're going to do to Sunday. He didn't answer her but waited, and Angelina sighed. So come on. Why Sunday? Why her? For a moment, he hesitated. Did he really want to share that first sighting of Sunday, Marley as she was then? That time in the university library. He'd gone there to find someone to kill. Another girl to kill. That was his thing, and his father had known it, and encouraged it. Just make sure you're never found out. That was the real reason his father would not give him his name. But Brian was never caught. He just wanted to see them bleed. But when he had seen Sunday, he knew he wanted more. He wanted her skin next to his, to see her mouth open in an ecstatic gasp. He wanted her to bend to his will in everything. He wanted to own her. The fact was she had graduated only a few days after he'd first seen her, and then she had disappeared. At that time, he hadn't had the resources to find her, and had not wanted to ask his father for help. His father, even more twisted than he was, would have wanted to know why he hadn't simply killed the girl. He wouldn't have understood Brian's need to possess her. So he had returned to his old ways until that one day when she had appeared as a reporter on his television. Then it had begun. She had been quickly promoted to anchor, and then his campaign had begun. Flowers to the studio. Following her home. Interfering with her life in small but subtle ways. The day he had seen her with that idiot Corey. Gosh, his rage had been all-consuming. He had gone home to his apartment, not even bothering to switch on the light. The neighbors had made a complaint about the noise coming from his place. Screw them. It had taken all his control to stop from killing her then. Later, when he'd come into his money, he'd used it to keep track of her entire life. He had people break into her apartment, setting up cameras everywhere. There was nowhere she was safe from him. He'd hired someone to apply for a job as a runner at the news station, so he would know her every movement. The runner had been the one to tell him when and where she would be that night, that he'd sent his man to kill Corey. When the man had called him to tell him that he had shot Sunday too, Brian had howled down the phone. He'd snuck into the hospital, knowing that if she died, that was it. He would have no reason to live. He still remembered the night he'd managed to get into her room, telling the night nurse that he was her cousin. The first time he had touched her hand, stroked her face as she slept. She had nearly died, they'd told him, but she was hanging in there. He'd had a half-hour with her before he'd heard voices in the hallway and had made his escape, but it had been enough to know she was going to live. Over the next year, he had bided his time, watching her recovery. He had not been surprised that during her time at home, she had become suspicious, paranoid even, and when she'd found his cameras, he'd mourned the loss of the uninhibited view of her life. She'd returned to work 9 months after the shooting, and he'd again thought he had all the time in the world. Until Marley Locke had disappeared forever. It still haunted him that the only reason he had found her was some random hookup with Angelina Marshall. To Brian, it was just another sign that he and Sunday would be together. Should be together. And soon they would be, living together as man and wife on his island in the Caribbean. She would bear his children and love him and them like no other woman could. She would be his entirely, giving him her body, her soul, her heart. She would never mention River Giotto or his daughter again, or any other man. She would belong solely to him, and he would decide whether she woke up every day, whether she breathed in and out, and for how long. And if she disagreed, he would make her suffer the torments of the damned before he killed her.
Chapter 20.
For a few weeks, Sunday could almost forget that her stalker had found her. Nothing seemed out of place or threatening, and instead, her happiness increased every day as she, River, and Barry became closer as a family. She and River were also excited that they had made the decision to have a child, but as yet, she hadn't fallen pregnant. She wasn't concerned, they had all the time in the world. She was also becoming closer to Daisy and to Luke as they invited their friends to dine with them. Daisy's relationship with Tony had turned to friendship, she told them, but that was okay. Sunday noticed Daisy's red eyes on one occasion and asked her about it, but Daisy told her that it wasn't Tony who had upset her, but Aria. "We're drifting apart," Daisy told her, "and I don't know why. It isn't anything to do with you and I being friends, I'm sure, but she won't talk to me, not about anything that matters." "I'm so sorry, Daisy." Sunday hugged her friend, wishing she could talk to Aria for her, but not wanting to interfere. By chance, she got the opportunity later the same week. She and Carmen had driven to a grocery store in Telluride, and as Sunday approached the bakery aisle, she saw Aria staring sightlessly at the bread on sale. She touched her arm gently. "Aria." Aria turned, blinking, and gave her a half smile, which was unusual in itself. "Sunday. Hey. Are you okay?" Aria gazed at her for a long moment, then shook her head. "No. I'm not. I'm not." And to Sunday's astonishment, Aria started to cry. Sunday put her arms around the other woman and held her tightly, feeling Aria hug her back. She left Aria cry herself out before offering her a tissue. "Thanks." Aria wiped her eyes and blew her nose. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that. It's just... Sunday, I can't talk to Daisy about this. It would kill her." "What is it, sweetheart?" That was something Sunday had never thought she'd call Aria Fielding. Aria shook her head. "I found out the other day. I'm sick. It's so ridiculous. I felt fine until a couple of weeks ago, and now?" She looked at Sunday. "Stage 4. She said it simply, and Sunday felt a jolt. "Oh no. Oh Aria, I'm so sorry. So sorry. Thank you. I don't deserve that from you. I haven't been the friendliest to you." "It's never too late." Sunday cursed herself as soon as the words came out. "I mean?" Aria smiled. "It's okay, I know what you mean. And you're right. It's not too late." Sunday took her hand. "But I think you need to tell Daisy. The shock for her, it's better to know. I know what it's like to lose someone in a blink of an eye." Aria nodded. "I know, word travels fast around here. I googled you. Marley Locke. Sunday suits you better." Sunday chuckled. "I feel more myself as Sunday, strangely. That life seems so distant to me. Look, I'll be there for you and Daisy through this. Whatever you need, whenever you need." "Thank you, Sunday. I appreciate that. Very much." Sunday left her with a promise to call her later, and arranged to go see Daisy together. Carmen was waiting for her, and she was smiling. "You and River are so alike sometimes. You both collect strays." "I was one of those strays," Sunday said with a chuckle. "Thus proving families are made, not born." Amen to that. As they were walking out of the store, Sunday glanced across the street. She saw Brian Scanlon seated outside a coffee shop. He must have sensed her scrutiny, as he looked up and raised his cup to her. Sunday gave him a half smile. She didn't particularly like the man, and hoped he would not come over. "Let's go, Carmen." She looked away from Scanlon and got into the car. Carmen got in, then froze. "Shoot, I forget the toothpaste." "Give me 5, Sonny." "Damn it." As Sunday waited, she saw Scanlon get up and walk over. She rolled down the window, sighing, then plastered a smile on her face. "Hello again. Always a pleasure to see you, Miss Kemp. Any progress on the ski resort?" Scanlon smiled. "The papers were signed this morning." "Congratulations." "Thank you." He had his hands on the door, and he leaned in closer. "You must come by sometime. I can give you the personal tour. The skin on the back of her neck prickled unpleasantly. She was absolutely sure River wasn't included in that invitation. There was something skeevy about Scanlon, she realized, something that made her stomach clench with unease. Skiing's not really my thing, but thank you. There are other pleasurable pastimes aside from skiing. I could introduce you to some of them. His meaning was absolutely clear now, and Sunday, with relief, saw Carmen emerge from the store. She nodded to Scanlon, who backed away. Another time, Ms. Locke. It wasn't until she had driven halfway back to Rockford that Sunday realized what he had called her. Sunday was quiet all through dinner, and later, when Barry was asleep, River went to find his lover. She was sitting in her office, reading another one of his father's diaries. "Hey, pretty girl." He sat down beside her and hooked his arm around her shoulders. "Are you okay? You seem a little out of it." Sunday leaned her head on his shoulder. "Just thinking about stuff. Life. I saw Arya today." "You did? Strange, I didn't hear about any girl fights." "Ha ha." She chuckled, then sighed. "We actually talked. She has some stuff going on and she needed a friend." "Wow. Yeah." He kissed her temple. "Making friends all over the state." Sunday nodded, but she didn't smile. "And I saw Brian Scanlon. I think our first impressions of him were right. He's a creep." River's eyes narrowed and he studied her. "Did he come on to you?" Sunday nodded, and River had to quell the pang of jealousy inside him. "I shut it down quick." Why do men do that? He knows we're together, so why on earth would he think I would respond to him in that way?" River choked back a retort. It wasn't Sunday's fault. "Not all men, but you're a beautiful woman. Douchebag likes to try his luck." "Douchebag is right. As if I'd go for anyone who had been with Ange. Shit, baby, I didn't mean." River had gotten up and was pacing the room. Sunday got up and reached for him, but he stepped away from her. Sunday's eyes filled with tears. "I didn't mean, you weren't with her, River, she took advantage of you. I misspoke. I'm sorry, I didn't mean you." River drew in a deep breath. "But I was with her. We did it." "Well then." She gave a shaky laugh. "Please, River, don't push me away, you must know that's what I meant." For a moment, River felt like running away. He didn't want to feel sullied or unworthy of Sunday's love, but he had to admit, it was at the back of his mind always. There was some damage he hadn't yet come to terms with. Eventually, though, he could not bear to be estranged from Sunday. He opened his arms and she went into them, the relief clear on her face. "I love you," she said. "I want you and only you for all time. You are my reason to live, River." He pressed his lips to hers, her words a salve to his fractured mind, and he knew to move forward, he would have to deal with how he felt about what Angelina had done to him. The idea came to him during the night, and he woke Sunday up, apologizing. "I need to ask you something before I chicken out." She rubbed her eyes sleepily and sat up. "What is it, baby?" "What you told Angelina, about you going deep cover to get my story, what if that was the truth? What if you went back to the career you gave up? Journalism. Help me tell my story, Sunday. The statute of limitations on having her arrested is way past, but we can still expose her." Sunday stared at him for a long moment, then she smiled. "You got it, baby. Let's bring Angelina Marshall down."
Chapter 21.
Neither of them realized what it would take out of both of them to relive and to hear the horrors of Angelina's abuse. Often Sunday would end up sobbing with anger, or River would feel like he couldn't face remembering, but together they made it through the worst of it. Sunday worked on the story, and River was stunned and thrilled by her love of her profession, seeing finally what she had given up. He in turn upped his efforts to find her stalker and rid them of his menace. There had been a few incidents that caused them concern: silent phone calls, wreaths of dead flowers left at the gates of the property. "It's just so prosaic," Sunday said after one of the incidents. "It seems The whole time in New York, he didn't do any of this. I mean, he sent flowers, but not dead ones, and he never ever called me. Maybe it's not him. Maybe it's Angelina messing with us. She would be that petty, River agreed. And yes, she doesn't have the imagination to be original. She's reading The Stalker's Playbook, Sunday joked. Was that the movie with Jennifer Lawrence? Sunday giggled. That's the Silver Linings Playbook. The one Angelina's using has no silver lining. Not for her anyway. She high-fived a grinning River. As well as returning to writing, Sunday's friendship with Aria was a source of great joy and sorrow. She supported both Aria and Daisy when Aria broke the news of her cancer to her devastated sister, and River told Aria he would cover her medical bills. We'll find the best specialists, Ari, he told her. We won't give up. Aria's whole demeanor softened, and she would often come to play with Barry and have dinner with them. When her doctors told her that her cancer had spread to only one location in her body, her kidney, Aria found some hope at last. Sunday and River's relationship grew closer as they worked together on the story. Late one night, as they lay together after making love, River splayed his fingers out over her belly. One day, she agreed, smiling at him. I'm not going to stress about it. It'll happen when it happens. They began to get complacent. Sunday would often drive to pick up Barry from school, and although River wanted her to take a security guard with her, she often refused. I'm not being caged, Riv, she said determinedly. He can drive in a car behind. But I need to channel my Britney Spears when I'm driving, and no one should be forced to listen to that. River chuckled. Fine. But he's behind you. No problem. Sunday knew not taking the bodyguard would be trying their luck. The phone calls and flowers stopped coming, and she hoped against hope that her stalker had finally given up. She parked the car in front of the school and got out, nodding to the bodyguard in the car behind. She walked into the schoolyard, expecting to see Barry waiting for her. There was no one there, and frowning, she walked into the school. The hallways were silent, and she began to walk quicker, towards Barry's classroom. She pushed her way in and stopped, her heart thudding. Barry's teacher sat, her face pale, as Angelina held a gun to her head. Barry, her face tear-stained, was in the arms of Brian Scanlon, who smiled pleasantly at Sunday. Sunday knew immediately. Gosh, how had she not seen it? Please, if you want me to come with you, don't hurt them. Brian smiled. Darling, you seem to think you're in charge. Here's how it's going to work. You and the little one will come with me. When we're clear of Rockford, I will call Angelina and she will release this lovely lady here. No. Sunday shook her head. You leave her and Barry here, and I'll come with you. Brian put his head on one side. Let's compromise. Angelina, shoot the teacher, would you? No. Sunday lunged for Angelina, knocking the gun from her hand. Run, she screamed at the teacher, who ran. Brian calmly pulled out his gun and shot the running teacher in the back. She staggered but kept going until she collapsed through the door into the fresh air. Angelina had her hands around Sunday's throat, squeezing. Brian, holding a screaming Barry, slammed the gun down on Angelina's head, and she collapsed on top of Sunday. Sunday pushed her off and scrambled to her feet, gasping for breath. Brian leveled the gun at her. Just the three of us then. Please, Sunday begged him, leave Barry here. I'll come with you. No. She's my insurance policy. Now move. Sunday had no choice but to move, her eyes on Barry. At least let me hold her. Brian shoved the screaming girl at Sunday, who cradled her in her arms. It's okay, baby, it's okay. He made them leave by the back entrance. Outside they could already hear sirens. Get in the car and get down. If they see us, I'll shoot the kid first. They got into the back seat of his SUV, and Sunday held Barry tightly, praying that the police would catch up to them, that the teacher wasn't seriously hurt and could alert her bodyguard. As they drove out of town, she studied Brian from the back seat. Was it you in New York? Corey? Brian smiled. You have no idea how long I waited for you, Marley. No idea. I watched you eat, sleep, live for years. I know every inch of you. You were mine the moment I saw in you in that library at Harvard. Sunday gave a little gasp. That was you. She gave a snort of derisive laughter. You know you were known as the library creep. That's what we all called you. A satisfying flash of anger came into his eyes. No doubt some of the girls I killed also called me that. They weren't laughing when they died, I assure you. Her blood ran cold. She had to get Barry away from this psycho. What is it you want, Scanlon? To kill me? Not unless I have to, Marley. My name is Sunday. Whatever. He gave a short, mocking laugh. Sunday Scanlon sounds good to me. Is that what it will take for you to let Barry go? Me marrying you. Among other things. Gosh. Where are you taking us? Somewhere we can talk. Somewhere you can show me what you're willing to do to save the little girl's life, and your own. Sunday knew she would rather die than let him touch her. You'd better drive to Vegas, she said, hoping her bravado would hold. Because I'm not doing anything until you let Barry go. Then Vegas is where we're headed, he said calmly, calling her bluff. Our wedding night will be spectacular. His eyes met hers in the rearview mirror. Sunday held his gaze for as long as she could before looking away, and she hated that he laughed when she did. Good girl. Now shut the kid up. We have a long drive ahead of us.
Chapter 22.
River felt an icy calm settle on him as the police and his security team told him what had happened. Where are they now? Heading out of state, we think. We're checking CCTV, and the police helicopter is trying to track them down. They can't have got far. I need to be involved, he said. You have to let me come with you. Sir. It's my daughter and he got choked up. My Sunday. My girls. If you don't let me come with you, I'll hire my own helicopter pilot. Eventually, he persuaded him to let him ride in the helicopter. An hour later, they got the news there had been a sighting along the I-70. We think they're in a black SUV. He's driving very carefully, under the speed limit, trying not to be seen. River tried not to let his panic show. He just cursed himself that he hadn't seen Scanlon for who he was. What kind of coincidence would lead both of their tormentors to join forces? Had Angelina known who Scanlon was when she came to Colorado? River would bet on it. Not that it had done her any good. She was now in custody, charged with abduction and assault with a deadly weapon. Angelina was refusing to talk, however, but River suspected that would change when she was threatened with a life sentence. As he traveled with the police, he was frustrated that they didn't seem to be trying to stop the car, however. Mr. Giotto, it's a hostage situation. We can't risk him driving the car off the road or hurting one of them in an effort to escape. We know he's armed. Let's figure out where they are going. As soon as he runs out of gas, we'll have him. It seemed hours before they told him. We've located them. We think they're going to Vegas. Sunday sat holding Barry, who had finally fallen asleep in her arms. Sunday felt belligerent, ignoring Scanlon when he tried to talk to her. He simply shrugged and they drove in silence for hours. She had heard the helicopters flying overhead and knew they were being tracked, and it gave her hope. She ran through every situation where she could attack him, and had she been alone with him she would have tried, but she could not risk Barry's life. The whole kidnapping seemed shoddily planned, had he been forced into rushing it by Angelina. And how? He could have just killed her. None of it made sense. All that mattered now was making sure Barry was safe. She pressed her lips to the sleeping girl's forehead and knew that even if Barry was her own child, she could not love her more. I won't let him hurt you, Berber. Scanlon met her gaze in the rearview mirror. Do what I say and the girl will be safe. The moment you say I do, Sunday, I'll let her go. Sunday said nothing. She guessed why the police were hanging back, but wondered how Scanlon would imagine they would let him get away with her. Maybe he was counting on her telling them she had gone with him voluntarily. He was insane. Of course he's insane, stupid, she told herself. For one thing, he waited for years. Insane and delusional. Capable of anything. Were you the one who shot Corey? Shot me? Scanlon shook his head. No. He was only supposed to take Corey out of the equation. Sunday's eyes filled with tears. Bastard. Corey was 1,000,000 times the man you are. You have yet to learn who I am, he said calmly. When you do, you will understand. That you're delusional. I think I got that. She couldn't help snapping at him, but again he maintained an icy calm. Sunday, our life together will be a happy one. I can promise you that. You will work to make me happy, or I will end your life. It's that simple. When we are married, I will have us flown to our new home. At any point, if you disobey me, I will add a few more bullets to the one lodged in your spine. Sunday was rocked by this. How do you know about the bullet in my spine? I was there at the hospital. I held your hand. For Sunday, the knowledge that he had been there while she was in a coma was too much to bear. He really had intruded on every part of her life. Why me? She whispered desperately. I'm nothing special. Why me? You are a goddess. Finally he sounded angry, passionate. You, Sunday, are everything. Everything. Sunday wondered how he could make such pretty words sound so terrifying. She met his gaze again and saw madness in his blue eyes. Obsession. Oh gosh, River. I don't think I'm going to make it. I love you. I love you. Hours later, they drove into Vegas. Sunday's eyes were scratchy from exhaustion and the silent tears she had shed. Barry was awake but scared into dead silence. She looked at Sunday with huge, terrified eyes, and Sunday held her tightly. The car stopped and Scanlon made them get out. The little white chapel. It was tacky beyond belief, and had she been there with River, they would have been laughing and joking around. But the gun pressed to her side was no laughing matter. She saw unmarked cars pull up and a fleet of police officers get out, but Scanlon merely grinned at them and forced Sunday and Barry inside. Inside, the receptionist stood up in alarm when she saw the gun. Hello, Scanlon said in a friendly voice. One marriage, please. Right now. They were hurried into the chapel, another couple looking annoyed to be shoved quickly away. They were less annoyed when they saw the gun, more terrified as Scanlon asked them with mock politeness to be their witnesses. They both nodded, never taking their eyes off the gun. Scanlon told the clerk to hurry. We seem to have some unwanted company, so if we could make this quick. River burst into the room, followed by a bunch of cops who had obviously been trying to stop him. I object, he snarled. Scanlon laughed. We haven't gotten to that bit yet, jerk. He reached for Barry, but Sunday was too quick for him. She stamped on his instep, then shoved Barry as hard as she could at the nearest adult. Go. Scanlon grabbed her, pressing the gun to her again, as River, grabbing his daughter, passed her to a police officer and turned back to face Scanlon. The gun's muzzle was hard against Sunday's ribs. If it went off now, her heart would be shredded in a second. River's eyes never left the gun. Scanlon, it's over. Let her go. Brian's lips were pressed to Sunday's temple. Not a chance, Giotto. I kind of knew it would come to this, but you being here to see her die just makes it all the better. Sunday wasn't about to die quietly. She struggled with him, ramming her elbow into the center of his body again and again. Every police weapon was trained at Scanlon, trying to get a clear shot, if she could just. With one last try, Sunday used her body weight to try and throw him off, bending double with the effort. Shots rang out, deafening her, and she felt herself being propelled through the air. There was pain. The breath in her lungs was pushed out of her. Then River's arms were around her, and as she opened her eyes, she saw Scanlon falling and felt only relief. She laughed, mostly from shock, and gazed up at River. Hey baby. River's eyes were almost crazed. Sweetie, hang on, we've got you. Hang on. Why was he telling her to hang on? She was safe, she was free. River, I'm okay. He shook his head and she saw the blood. No, baby. As the adrenaline seeped away, she began to feel the pain, a very familiar pain. Oh, damn it, not again, not this, her chest hurt. River's voice began to sound as if it were coming from inside a tomb, or from the end of a very long tunnel. Please help us, she's been shot. The last thing she remembered was his beautiful green eyes full of tears and his voice, begging her to live.
Chapter 23.
Mommy. Sunday thought she must be hearing voices. Her entire body was aching, her head throbbing with pain. And she knew she wasn't a mommy. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Mommy. She opened her eyes to see a gorgeous, dark-haired child with bright green eyes being held by the most beautiful man she had ever seen. Am I dead? No, baby, no. The beautiful man was choking back tears. No, my darling, you're going to be okay. Mommy. The little girl reached out and Sunday held her arms out. He put the girl into them. Careful, Barry, don't hurt Mommy. But I'm not her mommy. I wish I was, I wish. But Sunday held Barry close, breathing in her comforting smell. Hello, baby. I love you, Mommy. Barry's hot little breath on her cheek as she kissed her. I wish I was your mommy, Sunday began to cry. I wish I was. You are my mommy, Barry said fervently. I prayed and asked my mommy Lindsay if she would mind if I had a new mommy. I said I would never forget her, I promised. Daddy said I could have 2 mommies if I wanted. Sunday started to cry in earnest then. Red-eyed, River sat down on the edge of the bed. Sunday looked up at him. What happened? Scanlon got off a shot before they killed him. It hit your ribcage and bounced off but broke your rib. They were worried the broken rib had pierced your heart, but you were lucky. We were lucky. Gosh, Sunday, I love you so much. I was so scared I lost you. Never, she said, you'll never lose me. He bent down and kissed her mouth. This is us. This is our family. And we are unbreakable, she said fervently. Barry looked at them. Daddy, Mommy, when are you going to get married? River grinned, looking at Sunday. The minute Mommy says. Yes, Sunday finished for him and they laughed. Hell yes. Barry looked delighted, but also she made a face. You did swear. So I did, forgive me. Barry nodded and they laughed. River stroked Sunday's hair. You have some other visitors. Carmen, Daisy, and Aria are outside. Well, bring them in. I'll need some maids of honor to go along with my flower girl here. Carmen, Daisy, and Aria all hugged her gently, and Sunday found herself overwhelmed by the love of her friends. Her family. River excused himself a little while later, and came back an hour later. Sweetheart, there are some people here who want to see you. Can I ask them to come in? You're not too tired, are you? She shook her head, curious to see who it was. Carmen, Daisy, and Aria were clearly in on the secret because they all grinned and made room next to her. River poked his head out of the door. You can come in now. The first person through the door took Sunday's breath away. Ray, her assistant from New York, gave a cry and threw herself at Sunday, who burst into tears, hugging her old friend back hard. Her old boss and some of the old team were next, and then lastly, a visitor who Sunday, or Marley, had never expected to see again. Patricia Wheeler, Corey's mother, stood in the doorway and they gazed at each other. For a moment, neither said anything. Then Patricia held out her hands and said simply, "Forgive me, darling. I should never have abandoned you." As the 2 women hugged tightly, Sunday looked over Patricia's shoulder at her family, her extended family, and then at her love. River. Thank you, she mouthed at him, and I love you. A month later, back in Colorado, their lives settling back down, Sunday went to find River. He was in his studio, painting, determined to work with his new reality. The colors in his eyes were fading fast now, but he refused to get down about it. She went to him, slipping her arms around him and feeling him kiss her forehead. Hey, baby. She looked up at him. Hey, gorgeous. I finished them. My dad's diaries? She nodded and he took a deep breath in, waiting for her to tell him what she knew. Sunday smiled up at him. He didn't know anything, Riv. He knew nothing about her abusing you. The relief was obvious. River's body sagged and he let out a long breath. Thank God. Thank God. The cherry on top is, he knew he'd made a mistake by marrying her. He was planning to divorce her, he'd already cut her out of the will, as you know. All he cared about was you. River leaned his head on top of hers. I'm glad he didn't know for his sake and mine. It would have killed him. He loved you so much, River, and he was so proud of you. So proud of the man you had become. Thank you, baby. Gosh. He picked her up and twirled her around, and Sunday giggled. As he put her down, he crushed his lips against hers. We should celebrate. He was already unbuttoning her short as she smiled up at him. Well, Barry is asleep. Then we shouldn't be too loud. Good luck with that, she laughed as he pushed her shirt from her shoulders and they began to make love long into the night. The end.
The Hottest Daddy Extended Epilogue. A Billionaire Single Daddy Romance.
After surviving a stalker's obsession, Sunday and River are planning their wedding and looking forward to beginning a new life in Italy together with their daughter, Barry. The wedding day is perfect, and followed by a blissful, sensual honeymoon in the Seychelles. Returning home, Sunday is surprised when her old boss offers her a career opportunity which throws all their plans into disarray. Will Sunday follow her heart and her family, or return to the career she thought she had lost forever? Can she, a modern woman, actually have it all? Sunday secured the tiny white flowers into her stepdaughter Barry's hair and twirled her around. You look beautiful, Berber. I know, said the little girl with all the guileless confidence of a 6-year-old. Sunday chuckled and hugged her. Now we're clear on what your job is this afternoon, right? Barry rolled her eyes. Mommy, I only have to scatter the petals in front of you. It's not hard. Sunday smothered a grin. Of course I'm sorry. I trust you. She drew in a deep breath. Gosh, I wish I wasn't so nervous. Don't you want to marry Daddy? Of course I do, more than anything. She leaned in conspiratorially. It's all those people watching me walk down the aisle that scares me. Do me a favor, Beer, and distract them for me. Barry gave her a high five, giggling. They were in the best suite in the hotel in Siena, where later that afternoon, Sunday would marry Barry's father, River Giotto, the love of Sunday's life. They had decided to marry in Italy, close to where they would soon be living, rather than Colorado, and River had paid for all of their closest friends to come with them. The wedding itself would be a simple ceremony in the hotel's sumptuous grounds, followed by a casual reception, music, food, wine, and laughter. Sunday, still in her silky underslip, looked at the wedding dress hanging on the wardrobe door. It was simple, plain, all the detail being in the veil she would wear. She didn't want the full merengue, she had told the wedding planner, and she'd had help from her girlfriends, Daisy and Aria, to pick out the perfect thing to wear. Daisy had cried at everything she tried on, garnering much teasing from both Aria and Sunday. Aria, thin and exhausted from chemotherapy, was determined that she would be well enough to fly to Italy, and River made sure she and Daisy were treated like royalty, business-class flights and a gorgeous suite, as well as on-hand medical help if Aria needed it. Sunday would walk herself down the aisle, along with Barry of course. River's best friend, Luke, would stand up next to him. Sunday now ran through everything in her head, knowing everything was planned down to the last second, but still, after everything they had been through in the last year, she allowed herself the nerves. Daisy came to help her into her dress, and Sunday grinned as her friend tried not to cry again. Deus, seriously, you'll make me cry. I'm just so happy you got your happy ever after, son. Sunday smiled at her. Your turn next. Ha, Daisy rolled her eyes. If you could clone your lovely man for me, maybe. Sunday laughed. I'll do my best, and there's always Luke. Stop trying to make me and Luke happen. We've been in the friend zone way too long. Daisy zipped Sunday's dress. There. Gosh, you look beautiful. Thank you, Sunday said shyly. She felt beautiful too, her eyes wide and excited, a pink blush on her cheeks. She couldn't wait to marry River. Even the thought of him waiting for her downstairs made her want to run down and into his arms. After the wedding, they would fly off to the Seychelles for a week, while Barry stayed in Italy with Carmen, River's de facto sister. Both River and Sunday agree. It was the part of their wedding they were most looking forward to. A week of nothing but sea, sun and sand. Bliss, thought Sunday now. An hour later, she was walking down the small aisle in the gardens of the hotel. River, drop-dead gorgeous in a dark gray suit, his smile wide, took her hands as she reached him, leaning in to kiss her. You're an angel. Wait until tonight. River chuckled, touching her face, and then it was time. They were married in a few minutes, the simple vows exchanged, and the laughter and applause of their friends and family gratefully received. River kissed his new wife passionately, and a little inappropriately, to the amusement of all who were gathered. Mrs. Giotto, he said with a grin, and she laughed. Sunday Giotto. Of all the names I've had in my life, it's definitely a keeper. The reception was a relaxed affair, delicious finger food and champagne flowing, and Sunday and River laughed and talked with their friends but never left each other's side. Their hands, now adorned with white gold bands, stayed clasped, their eyes meeting often, secret smiles playing on their lips. River was driving them to the airport in Sunday, and he took turns hugging Barry goodbye. The little girl didn't seem at all fazed that they were going away, still hopped up on all the sugar she had been fed during the day. River laughed about that as they drove away, waving. Good luck, Carmen. Barry's had enough sugar to fuel an uprising. Sunday giggled. And we don't have to deal with it. Huzzah. Huzzah indeed, River smiled at her. Guess what? What? We're freaking married. They both whooped loudly and laughed as they sped towards the airport. On the small private jet, they gladly changed out of their wedding clothes and took advantage of the small bedroom, making love then falling into an exhausted sleep as the plane flew them towards the Paradise Islands. The secluded beachfront villa River had rented for them had its own private beach, and as Sunday stood on the silky white sand, she wondered at how her life had turned out. River came out from the house and slid his arms around her waist. You like? There are no words, baby. It's almost unreal. The sun beat down on them, the sound of the ocean a balm on her tired body. I love you, she whispered to her husband as they kissed, and he nodded. You and me for all time now, baby. For all time. They explored the island and snorkeled in the azure blue waters, seeing whale sharks and green turtles. Myriad colorful, exotic fish. They hiked into the lush, verdant forests and walked the long stretches of white sand beaches, but mostly they indulged themselves in them. Rare was the moment they weren't together, holding hands, kissing, making love. Even when they ate at some of the restaurants, they would sit side by side, thighs touching, feeding each other. We made it, River said one night, and she could tell by the intensity of his eyes on hers that he was really feeling the relief of it. We did. And gosh, I'm so looking forward to what happens next. He smiled. I'm glad. I wanted to ask you again just to make sure, the move to Italy. Are you sure? Sunday was surprised. Yes, of course, why do you ask that now? It's just I'm good. I can work anywhere, but I know you. As much as I know you love caring for me and Barry, you'll get bored. That big brain of yours will need to flex its muscles, and the middle of the Tuscan countryside is hardly prime territory for investigative journalism. Sunday nodded. I appreciate that, and thank you for thinking of me. But I think I have it covered. The book about your father and you will keep me busy for a time, and then, maybe, when Barry is a little older, I can write another book, and another. Would that keep you happy? Sunday pretended to consider. Okay, so working from home, in the most beautiful place I can imagine, with my gorgeous handsome hubby down the hall, all shirtless and covered in paint, just at my bick. Yeah, I think I can just about handle that. River laughed. Well, okay then. She leaned over to kiss him. Unless, of course, we have another little bundle of joy to take care of. His smile wavered a little. They had been trying for months but had yet to fall pregnant. When we get home, maybe I should go for tests. We should go for tests. It's more likely to be me, she said matter-of-factly. With the shootings and all. Gosh, how weird is that to say? The shootings. Most people never even get shot once. She chuckled, and River shook his head in disbelief. How can you joke about it? Because I survived. Twice. I get to joke about it. River sighed, stroking her face. You're amazing. I had a good reason to survive. 2 good reasons. We should call Barry later. We should, but for now let's walk back. It was still light as they strolled back to their villa, but Sunday noticed that River seemed preoccupied. Are you okay? He nodded, but she could see in his eyes there was something wrong. He blinked a couple of times, and she realized what it was. Oh, River. River stopped, nodding. His color sight had been fading fast over the last months, his untreatable condition, cone dystrophy, robbing him of the brilliant hues and shades he had so loved for so long. Sunday's eyes filled with tears. When? The day before the wedding. I woke up and the world was black and white. Why didn't you tell me? River smiled sadly at her. Because in the end, it doesn't matter. You and Barry, you'll always have color for me. I've memorized every shade and hue of your skin, the deep chocolate of your eyes, the tawny and gold streaks on your dark hair. The color of Barry's eyes. The way her cheeks get pink when she's about to have a tantrum. I know those colors, and in my mind, I can see them. Tears spilled out over her eyes. River. He drew her to him. Honestly, baby, after what we've been through in our lives, this is nothing. You told me, months ago, that we need to see our reality differently. I'm putting that into practice, literally. Don't joke. It's like you said, they're my eyes. I get to joke. She laughed through her tears then. Ah, damn it, trapped by my own words. River grinned at her. Yup, suck it up, last one back to the villa goes down first. Sunday darted off before he'd even finished the sentence, and with a holler, he chased her, both of them collapsing with laughter as they tumbled into the villa. As he swept her up into his arms, admitting defeat, she giggled. Gosh, I love you, you crazy man. Good, River said, dropping her onto the bed. Now show me. Barry ran into their arms as they got out of the car, and they took turns hugging the little girl. Have you had a nice time with Auntie Carmen? Yes, Barry nodded her dark head. In fact, we agreed you should go on vacation again soon. She giggled mischievously, obviously have been coached to make fun of them by a grinning Carmen. Charming, River kissed Carmen's cheek. Next time, we visit the s'mores factory right before we leave her with you. Like she wasn't high on sugar this time. Carmen rolled her eyes and hugged Sunday. You look glowing. A week of sun, sea and snacks will do that, Sunday grinned. Yeah, can't enough of the snacks, River intoned, and they both giggled. Ah, you're so revoltingly loved up, Carmen said. Get in the house before I throw up. They were going to fly back to Colorado to finish packing up their home before the permanent move to Italy. River, though, refused to sell the place. We need a base in the States, he reasoned, and I know a few people that could live rent-free here, if they wanted. He was talking about Daisy and Aria. Carmen had already turned him down politely, but when he put it to the two sisters, they looked at each other. Actually, we're going to be moving too. To your old haunt, actually, Sunday. New York. She looked surprised, but Daisy nodded. To be nearer Sloan Kettering, was all she said, and River and Sunday nodded. Sunday held Aria's hand. Good, that's good. Fight, she said to her friend who grinned. Believe me, I am, she said. I'm fighting this damn thing all the way. Damn straight, River said. Whatever treatment they come up with, it's covered. Aria shook her head. I can't ask you to do that, River. It's not up for debate. Aria smiled at him gratefully, and then grinned at Sunday. You know, if I didn't love you both as a couple, I'd be fighting you for him. Sunday laughed. Hey, if you could just wait until he gets too old and decrepit for me, which should be any time now. They all laughed as River gave them a hangdog look. My loving wife, ladies. Sunday leaned over to kiss him. Always, baby. Sunday was packing up the office, which had become her second home over the past year, when River came to find her. Hey Snooks, you have a visitor. She was surprised. I do. Come see. She walked into the living and exclaimed with pleasure. Jack? Her boss from her old news station in New York hugged her. Hey beauty, good to see you. What are you doing in Colorado? Sunday saw a look exchanged between her old boss and her new husband. Uh-oh, is this an intervention? Kinda, Jack said as they sat down. Kiddo. I have a proposition for you. Let's hear it. Jack smiled. I know you're writing the book about River's family, his past, that sorry excuse of a stepmother. I hear your publishers want it out to coincide with Angelina Marshall's trial. They do, Sunday said carefully. She looked at River. You in on this? Her husband grinned at her. Just listen to the man, babe. Jack chuckled. Well, we're thinking a 5-part series. Documentary about the Giottos, and you. You must know, people are intrigued about you, Scanlon, what he did to you, why you gave up your life, and then found a better one. Sunday chewed her lip. Jack, you know I've always been one of those journalists who doesn't put myself in the story. I'm not. I don't like the spotlight on me. I research and report the news. Come on now, you were anchor. Because it gave me the freedom and position to do the stories I wanted to. I'm not sure, she sighed. River, what do you think? He leaned forward. Baby? I think it's a positive, great thing. I know we both said we're past it all, and the truth is, I don't think you are. You've never broken down, never yelled, screamed, cried, or wallowed in self-pity. But you've also never said it's over. Scanlon is still in your head. This, I think, I know, would be cathartic. And you get to tell our story. The truth. For us. For our family. Sunday was silent for a long time. When do you need an answer by? 2 weeks, Jack said. 2 weeks if we're going to get it done by the time Angelina goes to trial. Won't they object to us telling things they're hearing in the trial? Most of it is in the public domain anyway. Sunday looked at her old boss. Freelance. Of course. She looked away from him and stared out of the window for a beat. Corey's family get a say. Fine. And we're still moving to Italy. I can fly back and forth. She looked at River, who nodded. We'll make it work. Sunday rubbed her face. Let me have some time to think. You'll stay for dinner? Jack nodded, but she could see he thought she would say yes. Both he and River looked excited about it. Later, after saying goodbye to Jack, they sat with Barry and read her stories until she fell asleep in Sunday's arms. Sunday kissed her little dark head. River lay next to his girls, his hand on Sunday's belly. Yeah, babe? If I do this, if I do the story, I might get a taste of it again, and that's what frightens me. River frowned. Why should it frighten you? Because, Riv, we're having a baby. She almost giggled at the abject shock on his face, then he whooped loudly. Barry woke up grumpy, but her father wasn't sorry. He hugged them both, and then they told Barry she was to have a sibling. It was another 2 hours before they got an excited Barry back to sleep, and then they returned to their own bedroom, River with myriad questions. She giggled as he peppered her with a million whens and whys and hows. This afternoon. I took a test about 5 minutes before Jack arrived and was waiting for it. I kept chickening out, so I left the bathroom, and that's when you got me. I finally checked it just before we put Barry to bed. She stroked his face. We are having a baby. River held her tightly. Oh baby, thank you. She giggled. You had as much to do with it as I did, you silly man. I know. He smoothed her hair back and gazed down at her. But I have to say this. You, Sunday Giotto, you are capable of having it all. And you will. Do the series. We have 9 whole months before he or she gets here. You have time. And when the little one is born, we'll work it out between us. Your career was taken from you. Take it back. And looking into his eyes, Sunday knew what her answer would be. Diving back into the world of journalism wasn't as scary as she thought it would be, and Sunday flew back and forth between New York and Tuscany to help make it the documentary. It aired just before Angelina was to stand trial, and Jack sent over a video file for River and Sunday to view at their convenience. They made time for it one night. Sunday, nervous about River seeing her work for the first time, especially on such a sensitive and personal subject for him, was stress-eating. They watched the whole thing before River shut off the television. Sunday waited for his reaction. "Wow," he said quietly, but she couldn't read his expression. He leaned forward and took a deep breath in. "Wow." Sunday put a hand on his back. "Are you okay?" He nodded. "Baby, yes. Yes, I'm okay." He looked up and she was shocked to see tears in his eyes. "You brought them back to life. My mom, my dad. You never even met them, but you treated them with so much respect, you spoke of them with so much love." Sunday. He gave a SB, which was half a laugh too, and they hugged each other. Sunday was beyond relieved. "It was my honor to talk about them. They made the human I love most in the world." River chuckled. "And now we're making another one." He put his hand on her 5 months pregnant belly. Sunday smiled at him. "We'll tell him or her all about her grandparents, don't you worry. Have you ever thought of reconnecting with your own family?" Sunday shrugged. "If I've learned anything, it's that it isn't blood who makes the family. They're happy in their world and I'm ecstatic in mine. It's okay. There's no bad blood, just different paths." River kissed her. "Mrs. Giotto, future Pulitzer Prize winner?" She giggled. "Yes, Mr. Giotto, already world-famous award-winning artist. I'm going to take you to bed now, and I really hope, that all that popcorn you just demolished has given you a ton of energy." "And why is that?" Sunday was already chuckling as he pulled her to her feet and led her to the bedroom. "Because I'm going to plunder that beautiful body of yours all night long." Sunday giggled as he buried his face in her neck, pretending to bite it as he kicked the bedroom door shut after them. He looked up into her eyes. "Hey," he said softly. "I love you." "I love you too, big guy," she whispered back, and then their lips were meeting and she forgot everything else for the rest of the night. "Push, Sunday. Come on now, another long push and she'll be here." The midwife was gripping Sunday's legs as she bore down, almost growling in her determination to give birth to her daughter. "Come on, Mom," Barry, now a gorgeous 15-year-old, ordered her stepmom as she held the opposite hand to her father. River, gloriously handsome with his salt and pepper hair, grinned at his eldest daughter. Beau and Genevieve, the Giotto's 2 middle daughters, rolled their eyes at their dad, as they stood at Sunday's head, Beau laying a cool towel on Sunday's hot forehead. Sunday didn't tell her 7-year-old that the towel was dripping cold water into her eyes. Jen, the quiet 9-year-old, noticed, and she met her mother's gaze and they shared a smile. "Come on now, buddy," River directed his words to Sunday's groin. "Be good to your mom, and also, if you could change gender to be a boy, that would be great. I'm outnumbered here." They all laughed, then Sunday gave one last banshee yell, and the newest Giotto slid into the world and started to cry. "It's a boy," the midwife said, and for a moment River believed her until the midwife high-fived Barry, who snickered. "You'll pay for that one, kiddo," he said with a grin, but then was distracted by the midwife laying his newest child in Sunday's arms. "Congrats, folks." Number 4. Sunday, you're a hero. When they were back in Sunday's room, Barry bore her 2 younger sisters off to the cafeteria, while her parents took some time with their newborn. "She's so beautiful," Sunday said, marveling over the tiny perfection. "But we still have to decide on the name." "There's time for that." Barry is already 3 pages into a list of names she approves of. Sunday grinned. "River, that child is so bossy." They both laughed. "How crazy is it that we have 4 kids?" Sunday smiled at him, her eyes soft. "Who'da thunk?" Who'da thunk? She stroked his face. 10 years, baby. River nodded. And we're still only just starting. My vagina says we're stopping at 4, Sunday said firmly, and he laughed. I meant us, our lives. We're only just beginning. Sunday smiled at him. I know. And I can't wait to see what we do next. Me neither, baby, and he kissed her until they were both breathless. The end.
Sneak peek for No Promises, a Bad Boy Billionaire Romance Dirty Network 6. Chapter 1. Long Island, New York.
Cristofalo Montecito stared at his father in astonishment. He couldn't be taking Cristo's news this easily. Nah, no way. Dad, you understand what I'm telling you? Fogliano Montecito gazed back at his son with the same brilliant green eyes he had bestowed on his only child. Cristo, do I look like an idiot? You want out of my business, that's the crux of the matter, right? Cristo hesitated. Right. Look, Dad, it's not as if I haven't mentioned this before, and I'm almost 40 now, and it's time. I've given you the last 17 years, all my time after college. College that my business paid for. Here we go. Yes, Dad, and I'm grateful for it, don't get me wrong. But I need to make my own way, and some aspects of the family business don't sit easily with me. Fogliano held up his hands. Enough. Cristo, you must do what you think is right, what is appropriate. He sighed and pushed back from his desk, standing and clapping his son on the back. Now, you'll still be coming to the meal tonight? Cristo, still stunned, nodded. Sure, Dad. Good. Now, I have to get back to work. You can see yourself out? Of course. See you later. Cristo nodded to his father's personal assistant, Mandy, who simpered at him. Cristo tried not to roll his eyes and instead gave her a polite smile. At 38, with his father's Italian good looks and devastating smile, Cristofalo Montecito had turned heads since he was a teenager. Wild dark curls, long legs and a body to die for meant that Cristo had the pick of any women he wanted. And he took full advantage. Lately, though, the constant stream of ready women was tiresome. Where was the challenge? Where was the fight? Cristo was feeling jaded by his entire lifestyle. Rich beyond imagination, he had begun to crave a simpler life, with a partner he could settle down with. Someone who would challenge him, hold her own, against the shattering weight of his family's reputation. The Montecitos were well known in New York as one of the biggest family businesses, and that business was crime. Corruption, drugs, murder. Fogliano Montecito's reputation was feared by everyone, even his son. Cristo had lost his mother to Fogliano's devotion to his corporation. Ornella Montecito had lipped to her death from the roof of the family's $18 million home in Sands Point, Long Island when Cristo was 7 years old, leaving her only son bewildered and broken. Cristo had become an expert at shutting off his feelings after that, and after graduating summa cum laude from Harvard Law, he had passively gone straight to work for his father. Over the years, Cristo had told himself that at least he, personally, was on the right side of the law, that he himself never oversaw anything that was technically illegal, but as he'd reached his late 30s, his conscience began to nag at him. And there was something else. Cristo, like his mother, had an artist's soul, and the more mired he got into practicing law, the more that side of him, and therefore his connection to his mother, faded. For the last couple of years he had been living a double life, and now that other life was the one he wanted to live. Hence the conversation with his father this morning. Cristo took the glass elevator from the top of his father's building down to the basement parking garage, and then slid into his Mercedes. He sighed, blowing out his cheeks, and dialed his best friend's number. Bertie Franklinhart answered on the first ring. Hey dude, how'd it go? It went well. Cristo knew Bertie would hear the astonishment in his voice, and by Bertie's silence, he knew Bertie was feeling it too. Well? Total disbelief. Cristo's mouth hitched up in a smile. Yup. Can you believe it? Bertie let out a long breath. Well, no, to be honest. What's his game? Bertie, who had been Cristo's roommate at Harvard, had no time for Christo's father or his associates, and was the only one of Christo's friends to say as much to his face. Bertie came from old money, older and even more powerful than the infamous 5 families and their successors. Bertie's money dated all the way back to the signing of the Declaration of Independence, and no one messed with Bertie's family. No one. Bertie sighed. Well, I guess you're clear. Just for me, take Fogliano's word at face value for now, but don't trust him, Christo. I know. But it's the first step. I know you, Christo. You've got a glimpse of freedom, and you'll run at it full tilt. I love that about you, brother, but as your best friend, well, I got your back. Don't trust to hope. Christo's smile faded, although he knew Bertie was right. Fogliano wasn't someone people left behind without consequence, not even his own son. That's what I'm saying, but at the same time, go for it. Christo mulled over his words. Okay. Look, the dinner tonight. I'll come, of course I'll come. I don't suppose there will be any chance of some beautiful women to distract us. Christo laughed. No, it's one of Dad's sausage parties. But after drinks at La Forge. Deal. New York City. Anushka Noosh Taylor shifted in her chair nervously as her boss, Allison, read through her proposal. Yes, it was her first big story, and yes, it was out there, even for a late-night radio talk show known for tackling dangerous subjects, but in her bones, Noosh knew Allie would go for it. It was the kind of story Allison Monroe had built her fearsome reputation on, a look into the BDSM clubs of New York's subculture. Noosh had spent months researching and talking to people who worked the clubs, and now she had put together a 15-minute segment for the show, her first chance to be on air. Noosh had come to New York from London a year ago, straight from a doctorate in creative writing, and now she had cultivated an honest and friendly working relationship with one of New York's major radio stars. Allison Monroe was known for her exacting methods, razor-sharp intellect, and her ability to convey her natural warmth and vivacity with her interviewees. She set the proposal down now and looked at Noosh over her spectacles. Noosh's heart was pounding hard against her ribs. She couldn't read her boss's expression. Allison studied her young friend for a minute, then took her spectacles off, laying them gently down on her desk. Noosh, how old are you again? Noosh felt her face redden. 24. And I'm assuming you're not a maiden? The blush deepened. No. Allison sighed. Sweetheart, while this proposal is well written, obviously researched, and full of good intentions, it sounds like it was written by a maiden. Noosh felt a lump settle on her chest. Oh. Allison smiled kindly at her. I don't mean to be rude, darling, but here's my thing. There's a sense of gosh golly about it. And by that, I mean you're painting this world as some kind of otherworldly experience that ordinary people don't subscribe to. The people you've interviewed here, hookers, security guards, club owners, what about the clientele? And I have one more major question which overrides all that. Which is? Noosh tried to stop her voice from croaking with distress but failed, and Allison got up and came to sit on the desk in front of her. Noosh, did you actually go to the clubs? Yes, of course, Noosh said defiantly. Don't sulk, you're not a teenager. Allison smiled. I mean at night, as a client? Noosh was horrified. No, of course not. See? How on earth can you expect to convince our listeners you're an expert on this subject if you yourself have no experience with the places? She sat back down behind her desk. I'm not saying you have to go out and sleep with a ton of men. I'm just saying you should go, sit at the bar, have a drink, and see what happens. Watch the interactions between people, talk to them. But don't tell them you're a journalist. Pretend you're the clientele for the night. You might surprise yourself. Noosh's face was burning. So keep working on it. There's promise, but it's not quite there yet. Allison handed the proposal back to Noosh. Darling, it's coming along. I just think you need to go the extra mile. I'm pushing you because I believe in you. I believe you could be a rising star. I just want your debut to be as perfect as it should be. Noosh was still thinking about Allison's words as she took the train home to her studio apartment in Queens. The 7 train was crowded and sweaty, and by the time she opened the door and dropped her bag on her floor, Noosh was exhausted. Coming from London, she was used to the hassle and annoyance of the tube, so the actual train journey didn't bother her, just the amount of people. Then, why did you move to one of the most crowded cities in the world? To disappear. Noosh pushed the thought away and stripped off her clothes. She thanked God she didn't have to wear a suit to work, that her usual uniform of blue jeans, t-shirt, and Chuck Taylors was accepted office attire. She didn't own anything that could be described as formal wear, except for the ruby red dress she had worn for her graduation. She loved that dress. It had been a gift from her parents who had loved and supported her throughout her education, cheered her on, and scraped together their money to buy the designer dress for her. Noosh had worked and paid for her degrees with loans and grants. Her parents would never have been able to afford to pay for it themselves. Noosh had been born into a working-class family, and had been brought up without wanting anything other than the food they provided and the love that they shared. In a modest 2-up, 2-down house out in the suburbs, both her parents worked as bank clerks and made sure that even without the material things some of her classmates had, Noosh wanted for nothing. To their credit, she had grown up with a strong work ethic, and their pride in their daughter knew no bounds as they watched her graduate with top honors from one of London's most prestigious universities. Then it had all come crashing down. Noosh had been targeted by a powerful man who had set out to make her his, whether she wanted him or not. It had almost destroyed her. Now she could hardly stand to think his name. Noosh stepped into the shower and turned on the hot water, enjoying the feel of the spray cleansing her tired skin. Her whole life now was work. Maybe Allison was right. Maybe she should get out there, experience a little more of what this beautiful, vibrant city had to offer. Supper was a bowl of cereal, and then she fell asleep on the couch, not bothering to pull a blanket over herself. It was early fall in New York, still stifling hot on some days, and Noosh wriggled uncomfortably in her sleep until she awoke at 3 a.m., sitting bolt upright. The thin drape at her window was billowing in. She'd left the window open. Gosh, she never did that, ever. Not since. Noosh skittered over to the window and slammed it shut, forgetting about the hour. She sent a silent apology to her neighbors upstairs. If only this studio weren't on the first floor, but the rent had been perfect for her budget, and beggars couldn't be choosers. And baking in the heat of the non-air-conditioned apartment was a small price to pay for her safety. After moving to her bed, she found she couldn't sleep. She tried to read, but by 4 had given up on that and was cleaning the apartment again. She called it her Monica time after the character from Friends. Cleaning relaxed her, gave her time to think, to try and order her life a little better. She thought back to what Allison had said. She should check out one of those clubs. The thought both scared and excited her. Next week, she told herself. Next week, I'll go and see what gives in those places. She blew out her cheeks. Yep, it would take a week to get her courage up, but she was determined to do it now. Finally, as the city began to wake, she fell asleep again and slept in until mid-morning. Senator Destry Papps always woke at 5 a.m. sharp to begin his day. A 6-mile run was followed by a shower, then a breakfast of oatmeal and a protein shake, and then he was down in his office by 7:30 a.m. It had been his routine for at least a decade now, waking up in his Georgetown townhouse, a block from his office. At 53, Destry, a native of New York, had lived his entire life in politics. Following in his father's footsteps, he had become the senator for the district at 38, and had remained in office for nearly 2 decades. He'd carefully planned his ascension through the party ranks, and now he was at last going for the big job. There was nothing Destry wanted more than to become President of the United States, and for the last couple of years he had been clearing house, ironing out anything that could stop him from realizing his goal. People were paid off, offered roles in his cabinet. His lovers, of which there had been many, had been vetted, and even his ex-wife, Telly, had been paid off to keep their dirty laundry private. Destry had no doubt that one day Telly would come to him with something more that she wanted from him, and it would be understood that whatever it was, Destry would provide it. But that was fine with him. He checked his reflection out now. Tall, stately, with dark hair shot through with silver at the temples, he knew his handsome face was his ticket to getting what he wanted and had always used it. His patented "aw shucks" charm worked on the voting public as well as it did with his bed partners. There was only one part of his life, as yet a private part, that he reflected on with anger and resentment. The time in London, the time he'd seen her and felt his whole world shift. That dark, thick, wavy hair, those large chocolate brown eyes, that full mouth. Destry Papps had pursued Anushka Taylor with the subtlety of a wrecking ball, and even his closest advisors had been scared by his passion for the girl. She was 30 years the senator's junior, a grad student, and an unknown quantity. What Destry knew and no one else did was that Anushka, his Noosh, had resisted his charms at first, had expressed doubts over their relationship. At least, she did until he wore her down, first by love-bombing her, promising her that he would give it all up for her, and then when she showed signs of independence from him, he'd shown her in an entirely different way that had nothing to do with love. She'd escaped him finally, disappearing from London entirely. He tracked her down, though, to a cottage in the north of England. Destry had made sure Noosh knew how angry he was. He thought of her now, how she'd cringed away from his rage, and he smiled. He could still feel her skin under his fingertips, her mouth on his as he took her. He told her then, "If you ever leave me again, I'll kill you." And he had meant it. Then Noosh did the unthinkable, and tried to commit suicide. Her parents, those seemingly weak fools, had spirited her away from the hospital in the middle of the night, and Noosh had disappeared, for real this time. But she was there, out in the world somewhere, and ready to use his behavior against him at the most critical moment. That couldn't be happen, obviously. Which is why he had sent his best men out to scour the globe for her. There had been sightings, in London, in Mumbai, where her mother hailed from, in Sydney. Destry's gut instinct told him that she was somewhere in plain sight, but it frustrated him that she was so well hidden. Come out, wherever you are." Destry closed the door to his office and flicked on his computer. He ignored the hundreds of emails and instead clicked on his private folder. Photo after photo of her, always with that haunted look in her eyes. Broken. Beautiful. He traced the outline of her face and sighed. "I can't let you live, my darling. Not without me. Never without me." He heard someone moving in the outer office and sighed, closing the folder. "Another time, my love." He picked up the phone and called his head of security. "Any news?" "No, Destry. We haven't found anything on where she might be." "Damn, she's just one woman. How hard can it be?" His employee apologized. "I promise we'll find her, it just may take some time. I'm announcing my candidacy in 2 weeks. I don't want anything spoiling that moment. Find her. That's all I ask of you. When you do, I'll take care of her. Boss, if I find her, I'll end her. There's no need for you." "No," Destry said, interrupting him. "I'll be the one to kill Anushka. Me. Just tell me where to find her." He hung up the phone and smiled to himself. He could hardly wait.
Chapter 2.
Christo pushed his food around his plate, not hungry. He was all too aware of the brooding figure of his father at the end of the dining table. His father's business associates, some of Christo's uncles and cousins, and Bertie too, were all there as well, but Christo could feel his father's scrutiny. He met his father's gaze with a question in his eyes. Fogliano had been quiet all throughout the meal, but now he tapped his fork on his glass, asking for their attention. "Friends, family, thank you for coming this evening on what, to my surprise, is quite an auspicious night." Christo's back stiffened, and Bertie shot him a warning look. "Let your father say his piece." Christo sighed. He had no idea what his father would tell the others, and so had no defense prepared. Fogliano smiled, but there was no warmth in it. "My son, my only child, came to me today and told me he didn't want my business." "And here we go," breathed Bertie under his breath. Christo's gaze never left his father's. "Now," Fogliano continued, "I have always been proud of my son, proud of what he has achieved, of how much he has given me, and so the fact he wants to make his own way in the world is pleasing to me." Christo's eyes widened slightly, and he relaxed a little. Fogliano smiled a little. And do you know what my son, my Harvard-educated lawyer son, wants to do with his life now that he no longer wishes to be part of our working life? Christo's hope faded. Nope, this wasn't going to be a rousing speech singing his praises. He knew the look in his father's eyes. He was about to be roasted, broiled alive, mocked mercilessly. Well, bring it, Pa. I can handle it. He wants to make furniture. Fogliano spat triumphantly. Furniture. Like some damn hipster fool in the village, can you believe it? I'm so glad I spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on your education, son, so that you can prance around with your bespoke handcrafted side tables and rocking chairs. Such a privilege to be able to say that my son, who I raised as my heir to the business I have given my life to create, wants nothing to do with it. How is it I have raised such an ungrateful child? The room was silent, the atmosphere thick and unsettling, as Fogliano got up and moved down the table to his son. Christo gritted his teeth. This was going to be one of Fogliano's rants, clearly. I should have known, Christo thought. I should have known he wouldn't take it well, that he was waiting to humiliate me in front of everyone. He caught Bertie's eyes. Bertie's expression was angry but watchful. Christo shook his head. He knew Bertie would stand up to his father in defense of his friend, but Christo felt numb. So be it, he thought. Bring it on, Dad. Do your worst. The anger that had been building inside him for years now was almost at its peak. As Fogliano bore down on his son, Christo got to his feet. What's up, Dad? Can't bear the thought of someone making an honest buck for a change. Fogliano stopped. An honest buck? I've had just about enough of your moralizing, boy. My money was good enough to feed you, clothe you, put you through college, and now you're too good for it. Christo squared up to his father. No, Pa. I'm not good. I'll never be good, but I can try to redress the balance. For Mom as well as myself. He knew mentioning Ornella would set his father off, but Christo didn't care. He wanted to push Fogliano, wanted that fight to happen so he could feel good about making the break. He didn't have to wait long. Fogliano cold-cocked him, and he slammed into the table, crashing against the plates and cutlery. The men around the table shot to their feet as Fogliano hauled his son up and hit him again. Bertie lunged forward, but Christo shouted for him to stop. Fogliano beat his son again until Christo's nose poured with blood. The room was silent as Fogliano let Christo go, his own breath ragged. Get out of my house, he growled, his face a mask of pure rage. Christo got unsteadily to his feet and looked his father in the eyes. My pleasure. He let Bertie steer him out of the mansion and into Bertie's car. Christo gazed up at the house as Bertie drove him away from it, knowing he would never see it again. He was free. Dude, let's get to the club, he said, wiping the blood from his face. I need a drink or 7. It wasn't until very drunk, he went home to his apartment that night, that Christo let himself break. 2 weeks later, and Noosh still hadn't summoned the courage to go to the club. She had quietly pushed her story aside and helped out with Allison's punishing schedule, hoping her boss would simply forget about it. But then, one Thursday night as they shared pizza late in the evening, Allison studied her. So? Noosh feigned ignorance. So what? Allison rolled her eyes. Noosh sighed. So it's on hold. Until I can persuade myself to go to the club. I mean, you're right. I need to experience it, it's just, I'm not sure BDSM is my thing. Do you suppose journalists who go to war-torn countries like what they have to see? The story's the thing, not your personal preferences. Besides, I never said you had to try out any of that stuff. Allison shoved a piece of pizza into her mouth and studied Noosh. When was the last time you got laid, anyway? Noosh laughed, half shocked, although it was exactly the kind of thing Allison would come out with. A while, Noosh answered honestly, then grinned at her boss. And you? Last night. A delectable lawyer from Midtown. Nice guy. Noosh almost spat her soda out, laughing. She shook her head at her boss. You're incorrigible. And satisfied. Gosh, Noosh, have you looked in the mirror? You could have any man you wanted, you know that, right? Noosh felt the cold hand close over her heart, the way it had ever since him. I don't want a man. I'm fine the way I am. Allison harumphed, unconvinced, but was distracted by her phone beeping. Oh, here we go. Senator Papps has announced. Thought that might be coming. Noosh wondered if her shock was visible on her face. Destry Papps? Yup. Mr. Smooth is running for president, and the way I hear it, he has a pretty good shot. Noosh felt sick but covered her distress by tidying up their dinner things. That's not something we'll cover though, right? I mean, politics isn't really in our remit. Allison brushed crumbs off her pants. Not directly, but Papps is popular with women. Good-looking guy. Noosh felt her face burn. Not my type. Allison, missing Noosh's red face, chuckled. Well, he's a bit too polished for my taste too, but each to their own. Hey, are you okay? Finally, she had noticed that Noosh was looking sick. Noosh nodded. Just tired. Well, let's get you a cab. Gosh, it's way past 11, Noosh, why didn't you say? You must think me a real taskmaster. She smiled at her young friend. Sweetheart, take tomorrow off, and Monday. Have a long weekend and get some rest. Don't think I haven't noticed how much work you put in here, it is very much appreciated. I don't often say this, but these last few months you really have made me excited about this job again. As she sat in the back seat of her cab on the way to her apartment, Noosh concentrated on Allison's compliments. It felt so good to hear her heroine, her idol, her mentor say those things to her, but still, the evening had been tarnished by the thought of Destry. Gosh. Noosh felt like throwing up, imagining him as president. Of course, if anyone could stop that, it would be her. She could tell 1,000 stories of his hateful, vicious personality. His violence, his threats to kill her. But even if anyone actually believed her, going to the press or the police would be as good as signing her own death warrant. As she trudged into her apartment, making sure the deadbolt was on, she realized a hard truth. If Destry ever found her, she had no doubt she would be dead. Why the hell had she come to America? To his home? Was it spite? Was it to hide in plain sight? No. Screw him. It was to pursue her dream of being a radio journalist, to work with Allison, to have something for herself. She had already lost so much because of him. Seeing her parents, for one. She missed them so much and lived for the phone calls to the burner phones she replaced every week. Her friends back in London, her extended family in Mumbai. All of them were out of bounds now because of the chance Destry might use them to find her. Even at work she used a pseudonym for her writing credits, Sarah Marsh. Something completely unconnected with her real name. Noosh lay on her bed, staring sleeplessly at the ceiling. To live under a death threat was still unreal, and yet all too real to her. It made her angry and full of sorrow. She rolled onto her side. You know what? I will go to the club and maybe I will sleep with some random guy there, because I can Destry. It'll be my choice. Screw you and your political ambitions. If I hear just one story, of you treating another woman like me, I'll go public and hang the consequences. I will bring your house of cards down even if it costs me my own life.
Chapter 3.
Bertie glanced over at his friend. Christo was drinking steadily now, his handsome face set in anger. He had been like this ever since that terrible night at his father's house, and Bertie was worried. Christo had never been a big drinker, and to see him throw back expensive whiskey as if it were soda was wrong somehow. Between the two of them, Christo was usually the down-to-earth one, the one who would prop up Bertie after a night out, the one who would stop drinking before the hangover set in. Now though, his friend was on a knife's edge, and Bertie didn't know how the hell to pull him back from it. He sat up as Christo lurched from the bar stool and staggered towards the door. Dude, where the hell are you going? To get laid. Christo shot back darkly and Bertie sighed. That was the other thing. Endless women, a different one every night for the last few weeks. Christo waking up in a stranger's house every time, from which Bertie had to pick him up. Christo, I'm flying to LA in the morning. I won't be there to pick you up. Christo stopped at the door, turning to give his friend a sad smile. "You've been picking me up too many times, my friend. It's time you let me fall where I need to, even if it's the gutter." Bertie was surprised at how lucid, if depressed, his friend sounded. He got up and went to him. "Come on, Christo, let me take you home instead. Get some rest." Christo considered but then shook his head. "It's okay, Bertie. I'll go to my club, they know how to put me in a cab. I need to party, Bertie. I need to get this rage out somehow, and partying is the least destructive way I can think of." Bertie sighed. "The women are okay with that." "They are." Christo, his green eyes sad, looked away from his friend's scrutiny. "Let me go, Bert. I need to do this my way. I'll come out of it, I promise." Bertie watched helplessly as Christo walked out of the bar and hailed a cab. Christo was right, the only person who could pull him out of this slump was himself. Bertie almost couldn't believe this was the result of Christo finally freeing himself from his father. He was so sure that his friend would be celebratory, not depressed. He'd gotten what he wanted, right? So why was he so self-destructive? Bertie shook his head and went back to collect his jacket. One thing he knew for sure was this: Christo was right. Bertie had to let him fall before he could begin to help him get back on his feet. He just hoped it wouldn't be too late. Noosh was debating whether to walk into the club confidently or to simply just throw up. She shivered in the night air despite it being very warm, and then smoothed her dress down for the 14th time. Option 1, she told herself, and lifted her chin, stepping into the club's entrance. The security man at the door nodded politely to her and opened the door. Noosh thanked him, making sure her voice didn't shake before walking in. A wash of music came over her, and as she walked into the bar area, 1,000 different thoughts invaded her mind. Her vision was bombarded by the sights to her left, where a small stage showed people writhing and dancing. "Okay," she told herself, "you expected this. Don't freak out. Don't look like a rookie." She walked steadily to the bar and sat down. The bartender greeted her, everyone was so polite, and she ordered a cosmopolitan. Sipping her drink, she took her time to look around. At a table in the corner, a woman dressed entirely in latex was blindfolding a man who was stripped down to his jeans. When he couldn't see, the woman picked up a candle and dripped hot wax onto his chest, slowly, smiling as he groaned. Other people watched them, but the connection between the two of them was so palpable that Noosh couldn't look away. The atmosphere of the club surprised her. Unlike the sweaty, handsy feel of the usual Friday night clubs, here was a relaxed, open atmosphere that astonished her. After an hour, she was even enjoying watching what was going, which seemed to be okay by everyone, even if she didn't join in. "You're beautiful," the woman said, stroking her hands up Noosh's thighs, "but overdressed. First time?" Noosh nodded shyly. The woman, a gorgeous, voluptuous blonde, nodded her head towards the opposite side of the bar, grinning. "There's a man who has been gazing at you and you alone for an hour. He's sensational. Go enjoy." The ferocity of the roar coming from this man, this dangerous man who towered above her, finally broke her resolve. Noosh fumbled for the door handle and opened the door, skittering down the hallway, hearing him slam the door behind her. She raced through the club, not bothering to look at anything else as she took the stairs to the doorway. It was only when she stepped, barefoot, out onto the streets of New York City that she realized she was crying. The man sat in the car parked opposite the club and smiled to himself. He wondered if he should go over, say hello, help her get home, but that wasn't why he was here. He had been tasked with finding Anushka Taylor, and after a tip, he had finally found where she lived. He had to confirm the address was right before he contacted the boss, however, and after seeing her at the club, he'd followed her here. Who knew the girl was into kink, but now, seeing her in tears, he realized she must be new to the scene. He snickered to himself and pulled out his cell phone. Destry Paps answered on the first ring. The man in the car watched Anushka Taylor hail a cab and smiled into the phone. "Yeah, it's me. I found her."
End of sneak peek for No Promises, a bad boy billionaire romance, Dirty Network 6. Thank you for listening to this audiobook. Audio copyright 2023 BFA Publishing. Please like and subscribe to support this channel. It helps more than you know.